let you cross me. My mind shuts down and I can't compete. My body's shaking and I'm scared to say just how I feel. Gotta turn on the noise so I can make the right choice. I need to know, 'cause if you won't listen, I might just have to go. I want to leave this all behind. Can we close this door for peace of mind? 'Cause I'm not the one to scream and shout, and you don't want to talk this out. And I don't want to lose me, so I need to choose me.
Yes. Live streaming begins in 10 minutes, so I ask all the guests with the red name tag to come inside the conference room and take your seats. The first session will proceed in English. Thank you. Distinguished guests, this is the last announcement before we begin. Live streaming begins in a minute, so I ask all the guests with the red name tag to come inside the conference room and take your seats. The first session will proceed in English. We have an announcement to make before we start the opening session. Foreign Minister Park Jin couldn't be here today, but kindly sent us a virtual message which will be shared. We will go on air in about 4 minutes. I'll come back shortly. Thank you. Distinguished guests, live streaming begins in a minute, so I ask all the guests with the red name tag to come inside the conference room and take your seats. Thank you. We have a short announcement to make before we start the opening session. Foreign Minister Park Jin couldn't be here today, but kindly sent us a virtual message which will be shared. We will go in air in about 2 minutes. I'll come back shortly. Thank you. Distinguished guests, we will now start our first session shortly, so please be seated. Thank you. Welcome to the 2022 IFANS Conference on Global Affairs, hosted by the Institute of Foreign Affairs and National Security of the Korea National Diplomatic Academy. 안녕하십니까? 이제 2022년 IFANS 국제문제회의를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. My name is Lee Sang-hoon, a researcher at IFANS KNDA. It's a great honor to be your host today. 저는 오늘 장례사회를 맡은 국립외교원 외교안보연구소의 이상훈 연구원입니다. Before we begin today's conference, we will take a moment of silence for those who have lost their loved ones from the tragic accident in Itaewon. 본 회의를 시작하기 전에 이태원 사고 사망자 및 가족을 애도하는 묵념의 시간을 갖겠습니다. 일동 묵념. 화록. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference is broadcasted live on KNDA's official YouTube channel, KNDA Live. We have two channels, English and Korean. You can choose your language. 오늘 회의는 국립외교원 KNDA 라이브 유튜브 채널로 생방송됩니다. 국문, 영문 두 개 채널로 운영 중이오니 편하신 언어로 시청 부탁드립니다. Due to the government's COVID-19 guidelines, today's conference will be held in an online, offline, hybrid format. 코로나19 상황으로 인하여 오늘 회의는 온라인, 오프라인, 하이브리드 방식으로 진행됩니다. So today, we have an audience joining us via Zoom. Thank you for your participation in our conference. 따라서 오늘 회의에는 줌으로 참석하고 있는 참가자들이 있습니다. 오늘 함께 해주셔서 감사합니다. I'd like to remind you that today's conference will proceed in compliance with the quarantine guidelines of COVID-19. 오늘 회의는 코로나19 방역 지침을 준수하여 진행되고 있음을 다시 한번 안내드립니다. To start off this year's conference, we have prepared a short video. 2022년 IFANS Conference on Global Affairs의 히스토리와 외교적 토픽들을 엿볼 수 있는 영상을 함께 시청하시겠습니다. Next, I would like to welcome His Excellency Hong Hyun-ik, Chancellor of Korea National Diplomatic Academy, for his opening remarks.
The Honorable Park Jin, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, esteemed scholars and professionals, honorable members of the diplomatic corps, and distinguished guests. It's a great honor and pleasure to welcome all of you to the 2022 IFANS Conference on Global Affairs, convened under the theme of Global Pivotal State, Vision and Strategy. Let me extend my sincere gratitude to all of you who have taken part in this event despite your busy schedule. As many of you already know, the Yoon Suk-yeol administration's main foreign policy goal is to make South Korea a global pivotal state. Today's event, as the theme suggests, will provide a timely opportunity to explore the true meaning of a global pivotal state and what the Korean government intends to achieve with this new foreign policy vision. The Korea National Diplomatic Academy's contribution to Korean diplomacy dates back to 1965. One of our missions is to train the next generation of international affairs professionals to remain competitive and relevant in a fast-changing, growing political landscape. And our research wing, the Institute of Foreign Affairs and National Security, generates practical foreign policy ideas and prudent strategy through rigorous research. By these sustained efforts, the KNDA has strived to support the Ministry of Foreign Affairs' endeavors to advance Korea's vital national interests and promote international peace and co-prosperity. As Korea's top institute in the foreign and national security policymaking sphere, we have brought together many academic thought leaders to seek effective responses to emerging challenges of our time. Today's event is the latest in a series of efforts made by our institute to hear from renowned experts. The IFANS Conference on Global Affairs is also referred to as our signature conference because it's biggest and the most significant event arranged by the KNDA every year. At this critical time, defined by an ever-evolving political landscape, Korea must act nimbly to promote national interests and work with regional and global partners to navigate shared challenges facing the world. In this sense, I believe we have chosen a timely theme for this year's conference. In today's sessions, we will share ideas on what Korea as a global pivotal state can do to address the challenges we face and shape a better future for the international community. Distinguished guests, amid a constantly evolving global security situation, Korea faces its own conundrums. North Korea continues to increase tensions in the region, and a wide range of economic and trade issues put pressure on our country. Korea also faces a challenging task of managing stable relations with the four regional powers, the US, China, Japan, and Russia. And tremendous regional and global challenges are complicating the strategic picture and demand our careful attention. The US and China have engaged in the long-standing and ever-intensifying strategic rivalry over the last 2 decades. Russian aggression on Ukraine could unleash a nuclear disaster. North Korea's uncurbed ambition for advancing its weapons of mass destruction and military provocations are posing serious security threats. Our government also needs to redefine relations with China and Japan. The resurgence of trade protectionism and the realignment of global supply chains around the world deserves our close attention too. With this in mind, all of us here today need to share deep thoughts on Korea's level-headed foreign policy to unravel the entangled Gordian knot of our time. Our first step today is to explore how to strengthen extended deterrence against North Korea's nuclear threat and vigilantly face down national security threats while bringing Pyongyang back to the negotiation table. We will then discuss various policy ideas to contribute to redoubling regional and international economic cooperation and promoting the international community's co-prosperity. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I firmly believe that your clear-eyed insights and passionate discussions today will help us better live up to our President's vision for a global pivotal state with a carefully crafted foreign policy direction and wise strategies. Thank you very much once again for your presence today, ladies and gentlemen. My special appreciation goes to Korea's youths who will pave the path for Korean diplomacy. And the distinguished delegations of diplomatic corps, your presence with us today speaks volumes. Thank you for standing by Korea's side in our tireless diplomatic efforts. And lastly, I would like to thank my team at the KNDA, especially my colleagues at the Department of Asian and Pacific Studies, for their dedicated efforts at today's meticulous arrangement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor, for your opening remarks, which bring our attention to the importance of the role of the Republic of Korea that envisions its leadership for a global pivotal state. Now, His Excellency Park Jin, Minister of Foreign Affairs of RK, will deliver his keynote speech.
Good morning, everyone. Professor John Mearsheimer, Professor Soeya Yoshihide, Professor Wang Dong, Chancellor Hong Hyun-ik of IFANS, honorable members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests. It is my great pleasure to be here at the 2022 IFANS Conference on Global Affairs. I especially welcome the participation of the acclaimed experts and renowned scholars from the Republic of Korea and abroad. Your input will be greatly appreciated in exploring this year's conference theme, Global Pivotal State, Visions and Strategies. Before going further, please allow me to draw attention to last Saturday's tragedy in Seoul's Central District of Itaewon. I would like to take this opportunity to once again pray for those who lost their precious lives in the tragic accident and express my deepest condolences to the families who lost their loved ones. Korea has entered a week-long period of national mourning that will last until this Saturday. President Yoon Suk-yeol, in his first UN General Assembly keynote speech in September, laid out his diplomatic vision, emphasizing freedom and solidarity as answers to the global crisis. He urged nations to stand together in solidarity to defend the freedom of any citizen or nation in the global community when it comes under threat. He made it clear that Korea is committed to playing its role and discharge due responsibilities for the freedom of global citizens and the prosperity of the international community. Today, we are witnessing the revival of traditional geopolitics. The heightened US-China great power competition and Russia's armed invasion of Ukraine. Other transnational challenges, including the COVID-19 pandemic, food and energy crisis, climate change, and supply chain disruptions, are also impacting our everyday lives in an unprecedented manner. And of course, North Korea's nuclear weapons and missile provocations remain a direct threat to the region and beyond. The Korean government is acutely aware of the complex security environment surrounding us. It is in this context that we are seeking to realize the vision of becoming a global pivotal state, or GPS, as we call it. The GPS vision we embrace will expand and advance our diplomacy in accordance with Korea's stature today, contributing to a free, peaceful, and prosperous world. Korea recovered from the ashes of the war 7 decades ago, becoming one of the world's top economic powerhouses in just over half a century. In 2009, Korea became the only OECD country that transitioned from an aid recipient to an aid donor. The Republic of Korea ranks as the 10th largest economy in the world, 9th in energy consumption, 8th in defense exports, 7th in trade volume and space exploration technology, 6th in nuclear power and military strength, 5th in car manufacturing and EV technology, 4th in internet penetration rate and patent registration, and movie box office sales, 3rd in manufacturing competitiveness, 2nd in R&D expenditure per GDP, and 1st in the use of industrial robots, as well as in the Bloomberg Innovation Index. Korea now stands shoulder to shoulder with the G7 countries in many ways. More importantly, Korea emerged from once an authoritarian country to a leading democracy in Asia. The 2021 Economist Intelligence Unit Democracy Index listed Korea as one of the world's top 20 democracies and one of the 5 full democracies in the Asian region, together with Australia, New Zealand, Taiwan, and Japan. The winning combination of economic success and free democracy has served as a critical driving force behind our soft power. From the K-pop supergroup BTS to the K-drama Squid Game, Korea became a cultural magnet as its pop culture has taken over the world. However, we cannot realize the GPS vision alone, as cooperation with the international community is essential. In this context, we will endeavor to upgrade our ties of cooperation with countries worldwide. Our alliance with the United States, forged in blood during the Korean War and firmly rooted in shared common values, has been the linchpin of peace and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region. In May this year, President Yoon Suk-yeol and US President Joe Biden met in Seoul less than 2 weeks into President Yoon's office. The two presidents reaffirmed their unwavering commitment to peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula and beyond. The two presidents agreed to reactivate the high-level extended deterrence Strategy and Consultation Group, EDSCG, amid the escalating North Korean nuclear and missile threats. The 2+2 EDSCG meeting held in September highlighted the commitment of the two countries to strengthen extended deterrence cooperation using all elements of national power. The two leaders also agreed to upgrade the alliance into a global, comprehensive, strategic alliance to jointly tackle the new challenges of the 21st century. Our alliance is evolving from a traditional military alliance into an economic and technological alliance with a renewed focus on a broader range of issues. Our two countries will continue to work hand in glove toward building a more free and prosperous world, upholding the rules-based international order through which we have co-authored unprecedented success stories as close partners. Korea and Japan are the closest neighbors and key partners that share universal values, such as democracy and a free market economy. With Japan, we should squarely face the past history and move toward a future-oriented partnership. Back in August, President Yoon Suk-yeol mentioned in his National Liberation Day speech that Japan is our partner as we face common threats, challenging the freedom of global citizens. He also mentioned that we could solve historical issues when our relations move toward a shared future. In late September, the two leaders, President Yoon Suk-yeol and Prime Minister Kishida Fumio, met on the margins of the UN General Assembly in New York City. The meeting took a highly significant step toward improving our bilateral ties. Also, I have met my Japanese counterpart, Foreign Minister Hayashi Yoshimasa, 4 times within the last 5 months to explore ways to improve our bilateral relationship. We will work toward resuming top-level shuttle diplomacy and continue to seek reasonable solutions for pending issues based on restored trust between the two countries. We are also committed to strengthening ROK, US, Japan trilateral cooperation in the face of North Korea's ever-growing nuclear and missile threats and evolving regional and global challenges. In this respect, 2022 has been a watershed year. The leaders held the first trilateral summit in almost 5 years on the sidelines of the NATO summit in June and reaffirmed their commitment to strengthening trilateral cooperation across shared interest. The 3 foreign ministers from ROK, US, and Japan subsequently met in July in Phnom Penh and in September in New York to follow up on the summit. We will continue to collaborate on our common agendas and identify areas for substantial cooperation. This year marks the 30th anniversary of bilateral diplomatic relations between Korea and China. China is Korea's neighbor and largest trade partner. We will seek to advance our shared interests based on mutual respect by working with China to expand our cooperation on supply chains, health, climate change, and the environment. We will also strengthen our communication and strategic dialogue to avoid misunderstandings between the two countries. We intend to conduct firm and unwavering diplomacy based on principles concerning national security and cultural and historical identity. With China's new leadership in place now, we look forward to maintaining the momentum for high-level exchanges between the two countries. We stand ready to enhance cooperation with ASEAN countries and expand our diplomatic horizons into the Indo-Pacific. In this vein, we are participating in the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework and developing our own Indo-Pacific strategy with ASEAN at its heart. Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy will advance mutually beneficial and future-oriented cooperation. It will be anchored in the principles of the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific and grounded on our respect for ASEAN centrality. We will deepen strategic communications and upgrade our mutually beneficial relationship with ASEAN member states and countries in the Indo-Pacific region. Frequent meetings with my ASEAN counterparts demonstrate the importance we place in this region. Since taking office in May, I have visited 4 ASEAN countries, Singapore, Indonesia, Cambodia, and Vietnam, and met with 8 foreign ministers from ASEAN. And as you are probably aware, next week there will be a series of bilateral and multilateral ASEAN-related meetings in Cambodia. With regard to the Pacific region, ROK would like to expand its diplomacy and economic and cultural engagement with the island countries. I participated in the Partners in the Blue Pacific Foreign Ministers meeting in New York in September, which was hosted by U.S. Secretary of State Tony Blinken. Also, last week, I hosted the 5th Korea-Pacific Islands Foreign Ministers meeting in Busan, where we invited 14 foreign ministers from the Pacific Islands and discussed our mutual interest and concerns. With Europe, we are focusing on health, green, and digital partnerships, expanding cooperation on economic security issues, including nuclear power, defense materials, semiconductors, and space. Rooted in the shared values of democracy, freedom, human rights, and the rule of law, our relationship with Europe and Canada is essential for building a coalition of like-minded countries that promotes technology cooperation. President Yoon Suk-yeol attended the NATO summit in Madrid, Spain this June as the first Korean president to be invited to the forum. Like-minded countries, including the US and nations from Europe and the Indo-Pacific, reaffirmed their strong commitment to defending universal values for protecting rules-based international order. In September, President Yoon made his first trip to the UK and Canada to work with partners that share common values of democracy, free market, human rights, and the rule of law. I met with my counterparts from the Czech Republic and Poland in New York, and my counterparts from the EU, Spain, and Germany in Bali, Indonesia, to strengthen and deepen our partnership with European countries. I also welcomed the foreign ministers from the UK, the Netherlands, Canada, and Austria to discuss global challenges that we face together. We also see powerful partners in the Middle East and Africa, with whom we are preparing together for co-prosperity in the future. We are working closely with Middle East countries to bolster economic partnership in high-tech industries, including energy, AI, health, and ICT. I had meaningful meetings with my counterparts from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, United Arab Emirates. Also, we will continue to seek to strengthen a mutually beneficial and future-oriented partnership with Africa. In line with these efforts, President Yoon Suk-yeol held a bilateral summit with the President of Nigeria, while our Prime Minister Han Duck-soo met with the Tanzanian Prime Minister just a week ago. We will also foster tailored cooperation with Central America, South America, and Central Asia. Also commemorating the 60th anniversary of diplomatic relations with 15 Latin American countries, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs organized the Korea Latin American Countries Future Cooperation Forum in late July in Busan. As this year marks the 30th anniversary of our diplomatic ties with the 5 Central Asian countries, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs hosted the 15th Korea Central Asia Cooperation Forum last week. These efforts will help ROK pursue its global pivotal state initiative in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. Meanwhile, the peace and stability in the Korean Peninsula have been threatened by the provocation of North Korea. North Korea now stands on the verge of its seventh nuclear test. Furthermore, North Korea adopted its new nuclear policy law that significantly lowered the threshold for nuclear use. Now, North Korea is threatening to use its tactical nuclear weapons not only for deterrence purposes, but also for war-fighting capabilities. Now, more than ever, a resolute and united response by the international community is needed. North Korea should make a right decision for its own future by embarking on a substantive denuclearization and accepting the audacious initiative proposed by President Yoon Suk-yeol. We are living in an era of economic security more than ever before, where the economy, security, and technology are increasingly intertwined. Countries seek reliability and stability, formulating industrial policies to meet new challenges. ROK is at the forefront of all these challenges. Korea should work closely with our like-minded partners and friends to ensure that our individual and joint efforts will bring shared prosperity and strengthen mutual economic security. Through bilateral and multilateral platforms, we are collaborating on building resilient and diversified supply chains, maintaining our leading edge in critical technologies, and contributing to setting rules in new areas of cooperation. In closing, I would like to emphasize that today's conference is to explore strategies and visions for Korea's international role as a global pivotal state. Since I served as a Navy officer during my military service, I know how important it is to use the right GPS for a safe navigation in the sea. The GPS allows us to find where we are and shows us the direction to navigate in turbulent waters. I hope today's conference will present wisdom and insight for Korea's leadership in navigating for freedom, peace, and prosperity in the region. As we face a dangerous decade, as Richard Haas has termed it, I look forward to hearing your diverse and valuable thoughts today so that Korea can turn a crisis into an opportunity. Once again, I thank all of you for participating in the 2022 IFANS Conference on Global Affairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. We will have a short break before the first session. The first session will start at 10:40. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin session 1. I kindly ask all participants to please be seated. Thank you. Now, we will start the first session. Please welcome the moderator of this session, His Excellency Hyun In-taek, former Minister of Unifications of the Republic of Korea. Mr. Hyun, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Hyun In-taek. Last name is Hyun. I'm Professor Emeritus at Korea University. I'm very delighted to chair this session. This is actually, the so-called hybrid conference. As you can see, we have two online participants, one from the US and one from China. We have three offline participants who are here with us. Thank you all for being with us today. You can see the online participants. Hi, Professor John Mearsheimer. Thank you. Hi, Professor Wang Dong. Thank you. I'd like to, first of all, introduce today's participants. First of all, Professor John Mearsheimer is the Wendell Harrison Distinguished Service Professor of Political Science at the University of Chicago, where he has taught since 1982. He graduated from West Point in 1970 as a PhD in political science from Cornell University in 1981, has written extensively about security issues and international politics. Among his 6 books, The Tragedy of Great Power Politics in 2001 won the Joseph Lepgold Book Prize, and the Israel Lobby and U.S. Foreign Policy with Stephen Walt in 2007 made the New York Times bestseller list and has been translated into 25 languages. His latest book is The Great Delusion, Liberal Ideas and International Realities in 2018, which won the 2019 Best Book of the Year award from the World Day Discussion Conference, Moscow. In addition, he has a forthcoming book with Sebastian Rosato, Homo Theoreticus, Rationality in International Politics. He has also written numerous articles and op-eds that have appeared in International Security, London Review of Books, Foreign Affairs, the Financial Times, and the New York Times. In 2003, he was elected to the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. And in 2020, he won the James Madison Award, which is given once every 3 years by the American Political Science Association to an American political scientist who has made a distinguished scholarly contribution to political science. Thank you for being with us today. Professor Soeya Yoshihide. He's a professor emeritus of Keio University, from which they retired in March 2020 after serving as professor of political science at the Faculty of Law for 32 years. He received PhD from the University of Michigan in 1987, majoring in world politics. Dr. Soeya served in 1999 to 2000 years the Prime Minister's Commission on Japan's Goals in the 21st Century, and in 2010 the Council on Security and Defense Capabilities in the New Era, both in the Prime Minister's office. He was also a member of Central Council on Defense Facilities. His area of interest are politics, security in East Asia, and Japanese diplomacy and his external relations. Thank you very much. Professor Wang Dong is a full professor with tenure at School of International Studies, Peking University. Professor Wang also serves as Deputy Director of the Office for Humanities and Social Sciences and Executive Director of the Institute for Global Cooperation and Understanding, both at Peking University. Professor Wang Dong received his PhD in political science from UCLA. Dr. Wang has written extensively on international relations and China's foreign policy. His articles appear in leading academic journals and media outlets such as the Journal of Conflict Resolution, Diplomatic History, the Pacific Review, and Foreign Affairs, and also the New York Times. He also sits on the editorial boards of several leading academic journals in China and abroad. He is the author and editor of 6 English language publications as Re-Globalization, When China Meets the World Again, and other journals. Dr. Wang has attended several premier international forums and tracked 2 dialogues as a Chinese delegate, including Summer Davos, the Munich Security Conference, and the Shangri-La Dialogue. Dr. Wang was named a Munich Young Leader in 2016, the only awardee from China, and was selected by the inaugural program of preeminent young scholars of Beijing in 2018. Thank you very much for being with us today. Ambassador Yona Donobarat, sit over there, has been ambassador for the Kingdom of the Netherlands to the Republic of Korea since August 2019. Prior to moving to Seoul, she served 4 years as the Dutch ambassador in Sri Lanka, also covering the Maldives. Previous postings include Poland and Mexico, representing the Netherlands, and being a female ambassador, she has a strong opinion on climate change issues and gender equality. Having a background in landscape architecture, she has a keen interest in architecture and sustainability. Joanna is married and has 2 daughters. Thank you very much. Lastly, but not least, Dr. Kim Hyun-wook. He's currently professor and Director General at Korea National Diplomatic Academy. His research areas include U.S.-ROK alliance, U.S.-DPRK relations, and Northeast Asian security. He was an advisory member for the National Security Council and the Ministry of Unification, and is now a standing member for the National Unification Advisory Council. He is also a senior advisor for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and is also an honorary research fellow at the Korean National Academy. He was a visiting scholar at UC San Diego in 2014 and at George Washington University in 2020 to 2021. He has finished his PhD and MA in political science from Brown University and worked at the University of Southern California as a postdoctoral fellow. He received his BA in political science from Yonsei University. He can be reached at that you can see the email number at the booklet. Now, in this session we have 5 panelists who are, as I introduced, very prominent, extremely able and talented scholars and experts on the topic, 2 online and 3 offline. They come from different regions and countries, interesting enough. That is the US, China, Japan, Europe, and Korea. Even though they are not representing their countries, strictly speaking, since they are here, I think, in their own personal capacity, I believe we can get very diverse and interesting opinions on the topic from diverse countries. Since I think this is a very rare opportunity to learn from them on today's topic, I'd like to have at least 3 rounds of discussions, hopefully. If time allows, we'll have more rounds. In the first round, we are going to discuss quote-unquote changing global politics and its implications for East Asia and the Korean Peninsula, which clearly include the changing situation of US-China hegemonic competition and Russia's war on Ukraine and its implications for East Asia. In the second round, we are going to talk about the current North Korean nuclear situation and its implications for the security of the Korean Peninsula and Northeast Asia. In the third round, I will give panelists a chance to make a comment on other participants' comments or additional comments on the topic. If time allows, I'll open the floor to have some comments and questions. Now, I would like to talk about the global politics and its implications for East Asia and the Korean Peninsula. First of all, Professor Mearsheimer. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
Good.
Can you hear me?
I am very delighted to see you here and talk with you today. Students of international relations, IR, including me, will probably agree that you are one of the great thinkers in IR in the 20th and 21st century. In this sense, I'll have to ask you this question. During the past 2 to 3 decades, as you know very well, one of the most interesting topics in IR is US-China hegemonic competition, in the sense that the US has been declined and China has been risen. Do you think that hegemonic change will occur in the end? If that is true or not, what would be the most significant implication of U.S.-China hegemonic competition for East Asia? That is, I'm asking to you. But just wait a moment. I will ask other participants all the questions, and then I'll give you a chance to answer for that, because I want to give you some, time to think about my question. Professor Wang Dong, hi. Okay, thank you very much. I'm very happy to have you here with us.
Thank you.
I have two specific questions for you regarding the topic. One is, I think it is evident that China's COVID-0 policy and its aftermath, and U.S. policies such as its semiconductor policy toward China, have negatively affected Chinese economy. Some of the experts think that it will structurally impact China's rise as a hegemonic power. Do you agree with that? President Xi's third term will overcome this difficulty? That's the number one question. Number two question is related to the Taiwan issue. As you know very well, the tension in the Taiwan Straits has been highlighted during the past few years. Now, some of the U.S. experts and even government officials openly talked about the possibility of China's use of force against Taiwan. In the 20th Congress of China's Communist Party, President Xi clearly stated that China will put the quote-unquote stronger military and intensifying pressure to seize Taiwan. Do you believe it will occur soon? Interestingly enough, one U.S. general said that it will occur within a year. If it occurs, what will be the military and strategic implications for the entire region in East Asia or in Northeast Asia? That's the question that I wanted to give you. Professor Soea, very nice to see you here. As you know very well, Japan is a number one ally of the United States in this region. Therefore, Japan is the most enthusiastic country in this region to cooperate with the U.S. militarily and politically. Japan is a member of Quad and strong political supporter for the United States. Currently, Japan has been also strengthening the relationship with even Australia, for that matter. However, the U.S.-China hegemonic rivalry has been intensifying during the past several years, to those actually decades. What will be Japan's worst nightmare in the possible scenarios in the U.S.-China hegemonic competition or China's assertive behaviors? Thank you very much. Ambassador Novara, I'm very happy to have you today. I know that you are, lastly joined, conference, so I'm very happy to see you here. I'd like to ask you a question on Russia's war against Ukraine, because you come from Europe. And number one, I don't know whether and when this war will end, but war will end someday, right? The question seems to me is how the war and its aftermath will affect Russia. Russia could and would remain a powerful country if not a global power in the end? That's number one question. Number two question is, what is the most important lesson of this war for the European countries? Number three, Russia's war on Ukraine has, I think, both negative and positive outcomes. Negative outcome is, definitely, undoubtedly, war itself. Another probably negative outcome is the fragility or vulnerability of European energy security, because European energy security is, seems to me is very weak. But one of the positive outcomes, if any, is I think the unintended expansion of NATO, strengthening of NATO. Do you think with these negative and positive outcomes altogether, Europe will be stronger even after the war? That's my third question. Lastly but not least, Dr. Kim, thank you very much. South Korea has been and is and will, I think, be in the very difficult position in the ongoing US-China hegemonic competition. The problem for South Korea is that the more hegemonic competition between the United States and China intensifies, the bigger South Korea's dying dilemma will be. What should be South Korea's position in this situation? Now it's time to have some answers from panelists. First of all, Professor John Mearsheimer, are you ready to talk?
I'm ready to talk.
Okay, go ahead, please.
The way I think about the whole question of hegemony is to start by thinking what the world looked like when I was young and what has happened to the world, what has happened to the international structure over time. When I was young, the world was bipolar. There were two great powers in the system, the United States and the Soviet Union. Then in 1989, the Cold War ended, and in December of 1991, the Soviet Union fell apart. And we went from a bipolar world to a unipolar world. And it's very important to understand that in that unipolar world, we did not have great power politics. We did not have great power competition. We had no threat of a great power war because there was only one great power. It was a unipolar world. What happened then, starting in about 2017, is that we began to leave the unipolar world and we entered into a multipolar world, which is where we are at today. So you see, if you think about the big picture, we went from bipolarity to unipolarity to multipolarity. And this has huge consequences. Now, let me say a little bit about the multipolar world that we're in today. We have three great powers in the system: the United States, China, and Russia. There is no question that the United States remains the most powerful great power in the system. Whether that is the case 10, 20, 30 years from now remains to be seen. But today, the United States is the #1 power on the planet. But right behind the United States is China. China is a peer competitor to the United States. It is the only country on the planet that stands a chance of becoming more powerful than the United States. Russia which is the third great power in the system, is much weaker than both China and the United States. Now, the question is, what does the constellation of politics look like? What do international politics look like in this multipolar world? Well, it turns out that the United States is basically in an intense security competition with both Russia and China. One could make an argument that the United States is at war with Russia in Ukraine, that the United States is doing everything but pulling the trigger and pushing the buttons in terms of the Ukrainian fighters taking on the Russians. So the Americans are deeply involved in a conflict with Russia. At the same time, the Americans have their gun sights on China. The Chinese, for good strategic reasons, are interested in dominating Asia. They want to be the most powerful country in Asia by far. This makes perfect sense from Beijing's point of view. The Chinese would like to drive the Americans out of East Asia. I don't blame them at all. But of course, the Americans are deeply committed not only to containing China, but to rolling back Chinese power. You do not want to underestimate the extent to which the Americans are playing hardball, are being hard-nosed with the Chinese today. So we have this situation in the world today where the United States is in an intense rivalry with the other two great powers in the system. And in fact, the other two great powers in the system, China and Russia, have become almost close allies and may eventually become close allies. Now, if you step back for a second and you think about where we have been since I was a young man, you see we went from a bipolar world where you had one conflict dyad, which was the US-Soviet dyad, to a unipolar world where we had no possibility of great power war. And now we're in a multipolar world where there's a possibility of a great power war, and maybe you even have a great power war in Europe, and you have the possibility of a great power war in East Asia involving the United States and China. All of this is to say, we live in a much more dangerous world by far than we lived in during unipolarity. And I believe that the world today is more dangerous than the Cold War that existed between roughly 1947 and 1989. I think it was less likely that you would have a war between the United States and the Soviet Union, that you will have a war between the United States and China, or a war between the United States and Russia. We live in very dangerous times. Most of the young people in the audience grew up in the unipolar moment. They grew up when there was only one great power. It was a period of, by and large, peace in places like East Asia. And you asked me to say a few words about the implications of my argument for East Asia. Let me focus mainly on South Korea. The unipolar moment was wonderful for South Korea because South Korea was able to trade extensively with China and become rich and prosperous. And at the same time, it could depend on the United States for its security. So the unipolar moment was really an ideal situation for Seoul. But what's happened is that now the United States and China are bitter rivalries, and it's very difficult, if not impossible, for Seoul to have good relations with China and good relations with the United States. The Chinese are pushing the South Koreans not to align too much with the Americans on the security front, and the Americans, of course, want the South Koreans not to align too closely with Beijing on the economic front. In fact, the Americans want the South Koreans to help them wage economic war, especially as it applies to high technology against China. So you see, Seoul's situation in East Asia has deteriorated over time. It went from this ideal situation in unipolarity to a really complicated and dangerous situation in the new multipolar world that we're in.
Thank you very much, Professor Mearsheimer. Well, why is 2017? That you said that 2017 is a tipping point, right?
Yes.
That's the year from unipolar world or bipolar world to the multipolar world. Why is not that 2008 or 2009 when the U.S. has had a really economically difficult times?
Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And number two is how long will this multipolar system will be sustained?
Let me answer your two questions in reverse order. It's impossible to say how long this system will remain in place. As you surely remember, in 1989, nobody expected the Cold War to end. It was a shock to almost everybody. And then when the Soviet Union disintegrated in December of 1991, people were further shocked by what had happened. Nobody had anticipated that. When the unipolar moment came to an end, people were really surprised. There were numerous scholars in the United States who said unipolarity would last for many, many decades, and that proved not to be the case. All of this tells you, Mr. Chairman, that it is very difficult to predict what the structure of the international system will look like in 2050 or in 2100. I would note to you, by the way, that what concerns me as an American, and I'm sure this is what concerns Professor Dong Wang as a Chinese, is what the balance of power between the United States and China is going to look like in 30 years or 40 years. Is China going to continue to grow at a truly impressive rate? Is it going to hit the flat of the curve? Are the Americans going to continue to grow at a rapid rate or a slow rate? I think there's no way we can answer those questions. That's all to say that what the balance of power looks like, even if we're in a multipolar system, what the balance of power looks like between China and the United States moving forward is very hard to say. So that's the answer to your second question. The answer to your first question is, why do I pick 2017? And let me just say that 2017 is a rough estimate. I think you could say 2018, 2016. I think 2017 is a good number. I don't use 2008 and the fact that we had a financial crisis because I don't think that's important. What matters is how much power each country in the system has. And just to go back to the 1990s, in the 1990s, China did not have the necessary wealth to become a great power. To become a great power, you have to have lots of people, you have to have a large population, and you have to have lots of wealth. You have to be rich. China was not rich. But what happened in the 90s, and then over the course of the 23 years that have transpired in the 21st century is that China grew and grew more wealthy. And I would argue that by 2017, its wealth and its military capability, and of course that military capability is built on that wealth, had reached the point where it was effectively a great power. It had the military might to seriously compete with the United States. The Russians are the other country that in the 1990s was not a great power. Russia was a basket case. It was a disaster in the 1990s under Boris Yeltsin. But as we all know, Vladimir Putin became the president in 2000. And slowly but steadily over the course of the first 15 or so years of the 2000s, Putin brought Russia back from the dead. And I would argue that by 2017, if you look at Russian military capabilities, if you look at the state of the Russian economy, it can easily be classified as a great power. So what I'm telling you is that as a result of engagement with regard to China, and as a result of Putin's efforts to bring the Russians back from the dead, by 2017, roughly, you had a situation where the United States was no longer, by far, the most powerful state in the system. There were two other poles, Russia, China, and of course the United States.
Thank you very much, Professor Mearsheimer. Professor Wang Dong is he here? Well, Professor Wang, okay. Now it's your turn. So
thank you.
Yeah, all right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Minister Hume. I was wondering because you asked me two questions, one on COVID and another on Taiwan. Is it okay that I also briefly touch upon the U.S.-China question? Because I think that was also among the notes that you sent to us previously. Okay, just very briefly. Yes, China is rising. And the power transition is taking place. And I think everyone is recognizing that. But the problem is that is China seeking to challenge or replace American hegemony? I really don't think so. Because being a hegemon, we have Professor Mearsheimer here, who I also have admired for so many years, since my graduate school years. You know, being a hegemon or hegemonic power really means that you get to be hated by everyone in the international system. Right? So why would China want to follow the footsteps of the United States and become another hegemonic power and then gets hated by everyone else in the world? I think that's not really what China wanted. And also, I think China's goal, declared goal, is to achieve the great rejuvenation of the Chinese people. But I don't think the great rejuvenation of the Chinese people would be preconditioned on the downfall of American hegemony. It's not necessary to put that, as a precondition. And actually, I think here is what China wants. And first and foremost, to deliver better livelihood to the Chinese people. And secondly, to defend China's sovereignty and territorial integrity and its right to development. And thirdly, also to become one of the global leading powers that, of course, will play a critical role, the leadership role in global affairs, but not a hegemonic power position. So that will be my brief answer to follow Professor Mearsheimer's comment. Now, the question on COVID. Speaking of COVID, we are really talking about one of the greatest public health crises unseen in century, which I think up to date, if I remember correctly, have already claimed the lives of 6.5 million people worldwide. And in the United States alone, I think over 1 million people have died of the disease. That's a real tragedy. And it is one of the biggest challenges I think every nation is facing right now. So every life is priceless. And that's why I think the Chinese government is putting utmost efforts to try to contain the pandemic. And we call it the people-centered or putting people's life first policy. And of course, in the process of doing that, we will have to incur economic pains, just as many other countries in the world. But that's also, I think, in a way, Chinese policymakers would believe, the necessary price we have to pay to protect the lives of all the people. But also another thing I think is very important is that China's policy is actually called dynamic zero COVID. So I think all the reporting story, in international media, usually they ignore the term dynamic. It's not static. It's not, it's not rigid. It's actually constantly adjusting according to the changing nature of the virus. And it is, of course, also science-based. So my belief is that as, the whole humanity, whole international altogether, we are fighting the COVID. I think eventually we will prevail. I think eventually the pandemic will be over, and the global economy will come out of this the current pains and obstacles, challenges it is facing now. So that will be my question answer to your second question, Taiwan issue. I think you mentioned, I think the Chinese policy toward Taiwan issue has been quite consistent actually over the years, which is to, actually it is, you mentioned the report to the 20th Party Congress. And I would strongly actually recommend that all dear friends to read the reports very carefully and in its entirety, because it's going to be arguably one of the most important document that will guide China's policies, domestic and foreign, in the next 5 years and beyond. And there's a specific section actually devoted to the Taiwan issue. Which also, here is accurate quotation. It says that China will make utmost efforts with greatest sincerity to pursue peaceful reunification. But meanwhile, China will not renounce the right to use of force. And that is understandable because as a sovereign nation, China of course has the right to use force to defend its sovereignty. And that will serve a way as a credible deterrence to Taiwan independence. So taken as a whole, I think we also have to come to a sort of correct, I think, interpretation of what China's policy is toward the Taiwan issue. And in fact, let me just allow me to say one more thing, then I will stop. Now I understand a lot of the critics in the United States and elsewhere, they actually blame China, sort of accuse China being the root causes of the instability in cross-strait relations in recent years. But I think we also, as analysts, as experts, as scholars, I think we probably wanted to have enlarge, our span, the time span a little bit, because just think about back a few years ago, not long ago, actually, in November 2015, I think the Secretary General of Chinese Communist Party, Xi Jinping, held a historic meeting with the chairman of the KMT, Ma Ying-jeou, right? And that was the time was billed as one of the best times in cross-strait relations. But then why, all of a sudden seems to be, have changed? I really, personally, I strongly believe that it's because the Tsai Ing-wen, the pro-independence, DPP, they really flatly rejected the 92 consensus, which is a consensus both sides achieved back in 1992, the recognition that there is only one China, but with each side interpreting, what one China means. That really forms the basis, political basis for the stable cross-strait relations in the past decades, ever since then. So since that, I think a base was destroyed, and I think that was the root cause to the instability in cross-strait relations in recent years. And last words, I think the state councilor and now Pro-View member, state councilor, Foreign Minister Wang Yi, said a while ago in New York. He said there is a clear sort of inverse relationship between the peaceful unification and Taiwan independence. The more inclination, the more effort, to pursue Taiwan independence will means the decline of the likelihood that we can achieve peaceful unification. And I think that will be a very sober-minded, helpful reminder for all of us involved, including, I think, American policymakers. Because to be honest, now they are super hawks in the United States. They made no secret that they want to pursue, right? They want to provoke the war with China over Taiwan. They want to support Taiwan independence, even at the expense of invoking a military conflict with China, as a way to interrupt China's rise, as a way to contain China, to completely defeat China. And the super hawks public talking about those schemes. So I think we have to be very careful. Particularly, I think the policymakers, decision makers in Washington D.C. and of course other friends around the world. I think how to deal with Taiwan issue really is critical, because I think that means I think regional stability is at stake. And again, so China's policy has been very consistent. But we also understand it's a very complicated issue. There are pro-independent forces, both on the island and also abroad, make the whole matter extremely, although perilous in a way. But we have to manage this anyway, and we do believe that the international community actually stand by China's side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Wang Dong. Now I want to invite Professor Soea. Go ahead.
Thank you, Minister Hyun. I would like to express my appreciation to Chancellor Hong and other people of the IFANS and KND for inviting me to this very important conference. 3 years ago in 2019, I was also invited to this same conference, and Chancellor at that time was Yoon Dong-min, current ambassador to Japan. And I'm very glad that I was not forgotten and re-invited this year. And at this very important time of change. And response to my long-term good dear friend, Hyun In-taek, should be easy. I mean, I would need only 10 seconds, but I would have to explore on that. And then the nightmare, maybe one of the most kind of, not most thinkable, but possible, nightmares would be to me, a actual military combat, the war between the US and China over Taiwan. And so naturally, the important objective of Japanese diplomacy strategy should be to prevent, that war from becoming actuality. And in my short presentation, I was also going to say that that should be the common shared goal between Japan and South Korea in our immediate region. And I will come to this point at the very end. But before that, as Professor Miyashima said, this is the time of three great powers, competing with each other. And I think one of the characteristics of this great power competition is that all three countries are imperialistic in one way or another. The time of imperialism. And it sounds like somewhat, old-fashioned. And I'm not sure how long this trend will continue. I would like to say it's not going to be short-lived, but it will not become a permanent state of affairs. And because that's not what we like anyway. But unfortunately, Russian invasion of Ukraine, I think this is the mindset of President Putin, above all, was a very imperialistic action. I think he was motivated by Russian imperialism of a sort. And China case, I would also argue that China also appears to be inspired by its own imperialistic impulse. But most importantly, Chinese impulse informs Chinese leaders and maybe people that time has come for China to come back to the center of Asia, if not the world. And I think this is a natural impulse. As China, grew this big, rich, and militarily powerful, and Asia used to be, that way. It was a China-centered Asia, and it's understandable in a way. But the question is whether other people will like it or not, and how they will take and respond to Chinese sort of return of its own impulse as a central country in Asia. And so therefore, US is the biggest obstacle, as Professor Miyashima implied. And I don't know whether China looks at it as a feasible scenario to chase US out of Asia. Maybe not. But if that happens, of course, China should be happy. And maybe there is a sort of spectrum of competition moving in that direction. And perhaps globally, Russia, China, both inspired by imperialistic impulse of one kind or another, will make them close, psychologically. But this should not mean that they share a global strategy. I mean, for Russia, central strategic theater is Europe, and for China, it's Asia. So essentially different, but depending on scenarios and situations, of course, they will try to cooperate. And particularly against the U.S. and the U.S.-led international processes and structure. And of course, China should be pondering very carefully various implications of what's happening in Ukraine and Russia. And actions by liberal democracies, including Japan and South Korea, I think will shape the international environment, both in Asia and as Europe, as Minister Park Jin implied. Korea is trying to reach out to the globe. And so our cooperation is very important. And that hopefully would affect, if not the behavior of China, but shape sort of environment in which China has to calculate its interests and choices. And when it comes to Japan and Korea, please allow me to disclose my identity as an advocate of Japan's middle power diplomacy. This has been controversial to some people, but I've been making this argument for the last 20 years. And as far as Korea goes, my way of talking to Korean people is stop talking about geopolitics in Northeast Asia as Korea being surrounded by 4 great powers: US, China, Russia, and Japan. US, China, Russia are strategically independent nuclear powers with imperialistic impulses. Japan once tried it, but catastrophically failed. And it has become a different country after the war, of course, with lots of complications, psychologically and otherwise, both domestically and externally. But I think, geopolitically speaking, it is much closer to the reality to say Japan and Korea are surrounded by 3, independent nuclear powers: US, China, Russia. And my sort of perspective in talking about Japanese diplomacy, including Japan-Korea relation, is based on this perspective. So it's very natural that we should think together, both locally and globally, about the region as well as our national strategies. And the Japan-Korea cooperation is very important, and the lack of it, I think, is a huge. Both of us are, as again Minister Park Jin said, we are perhaps 2 most advanced democracies and liberal economies in Asia. So lack of cooperation between us is a huge, huge opportunity cost for peace and prosperity of the Asia-Pacific or the Indo-Pacific. And so now we are faced with 2 strategic spheres, and including European countries, of course, in Europe and Asia. And this new strategic environment begs cross-regional cooperation between European and Asia-Pacific nations. And in the Asia, strategic front, as I said, preventing a war between China and the US is going to be very important. And this prevention strategy does not come only from deterrence. Deterrence may be important in one way, but this is not everything. And diplomacy is also very important. Maybe both are kind of important elements, and they are not strategically exclusive, but they are complementary. And I think that's where how we should think about it. And allow me to point out one very important development recently, according to these lines of thinking. Again, Foreign Minister Park Jin said President Yoon Suk-yeol became the first South Korean president to be invited to NATO summit and its partner session. And Japanese Prime Minister also was invited for the first time. And on top of that, there was a group, there is a group called AP4, Asia Pacific 4. Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and South Korea. And to me, this is a group of middle powers. And these are Asia Pacific countries. And this grouping, I think, is a very important, actual form of cooperation among regional middle powers, including Japan, I would say. This should be our strategic perspective to me. And this, and this AP4, they met before joining the partner session of NATO summit over lunch, just among 4 of them, four leaders. And they agreed that European and Asian strategic theaters are connected. They are divisive. And this is a very important, I think, form of sort of multilateral cooperation among Asian nations, and thinking both, again, regionally and globally. And Japan and Korea should form the core of this sort of multilateral developments. And this is what I have been arguing for a long time in Japan as well as in South Korea. But there are other kinds of problems, and which are largely psychological. So all we have to do is to think, I think, strategically and rationally and reasonably. And we have to overcome, our bilateral issues, because we are bigger than, just countries which can afford to be preoccupied with only bilateral things, And that's exactly the theme of the session. And my hope is Japan and Korea will do that together. So I'll stop here. And preventing war, over Taiwan. I think Korea can join it. If we ask Korea to be part of deterrence, I understand some difficulties domestically. But if you change the questions, issued, and let's work together to prevent the war, because it's going to be a nightmare. It's going to affect everybody, including China. And our economies will be disastrous, instantly. And our lives will be, I don't know, the scenario that I don't want to think about, but trying to prevent it, we can think about it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Soya. His middle power theory is quite well known here, and I think it's very, new insights on the power politics in East Asia. Thank you very much in that sense. Ambassador Donabarot, now it's your turn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me. I'm replacing here the head of the EU delegation, Maria. So I'm representing right now the EU and not the Netherlands, but we have a lot of in common. So first of all, yes, the Russian war against Ukraine and the lessons learned or the implications for the European Union and NATO. I would describe the implications and the lessons of the Russian war against Ukraine as catalyst. It really accelerated existing developments, and let me explain that. First, with regard to the European Union, we were already discussing increasing our strategic autonomy, even becoming a strategic actor, and that process was accelerated right now by the invasion of the Ukraine. Regarding military developments, the EU has delivered military aid to the Ukraine and coordinated aid by its member states. The European member states have drastically increased their military expenditures. Many of them, including the Netherlands and Germany, will now meet the 2% NATO standard. And the European Union is further integrating and increasing resilience of its energy policies. We right now have a policy really to decrease our demand. We really are turning down our heating systems. There's a discussion right now of joint purchasing of gas. So we really are combining our forces to see how we can be responding to the challenging times right now, especially with the winter coming. There's also an awareness in the EU of the risks of strategic dependencies, especially in relation to autocratic regimes. The European Union has decisively chosen for confrontation, even at high economic costs. The new sense of importance of economic security, the need to secure supply chains is really very much on our mind right now. And also another intangible effect, the sense of unity has increased very largely. And of course, the European member states are not 100% always in agreement on anything, but on the need to stand firm against Russia, there's no doubt. The sense that autocracy and autocratic regimes may pose a real and direct danger to the European Union has grown, and our naivety that might have been there is gone. The European Union still has a way to go, but Putin has set these developments in motion, and it will be very hard to stop them. And as a last point, I want to mention that let me assure you that the European Union will stand with the Ukraine for as long as it takes. It will continue to provide strong political, military and financial support to the Ukraine, including for its liquidity needs. And it will step up its humanitarian response, and in particular right now for the winter that will come. Secondly, the effects on NATO. I'm not a military expert, and I will not speak on operation and lessons learned there, but although I'm convinced that there will be many of those. But let's focus on the political and strategic implications of the Russian invasion. And one of the most obvious is that Putin has caused exactly what he has been claiming to prevent from happening, the NATO expansion. Sweden and Finland applied to become NATO allies. And for NATO, significantly strengthening of the northeastern zone. And for Russia, there's a huge increase of a joint border right now. Last year, I think still NATO was called, some of them called them brain dead. And right now, with a new sense of purpose, there's a new unity. And NATO was already starting to reorienting itself. After the Cold War, there was a focus on interventions, on counterterrorism, but slowly the focus is back on defense of territory. And that shift right now is further accelerated. And NATO allies are also expanding their capabilities. As I already mentioned, the military budgets are being increased all across Europe. And together with accession of Sweden and Finland, there's a significant enhancement of NATO capabilities. I think these were the remarks that I wanted to make. And there's also an implication, of course, for the Republic of Korea. But I can also react to that later. I don't know if I have time for that.
Yes.
Yes? So you can see that Korea right now finds itself in a potentially challenging region, including a big autocratic neighbor and a smaller nuclear-armed dictatorship that is expanding its arsenals rapidly and with which it's technically still at war. It's important to keep in mind what lessons all the countries in the region, not just the ROK, could learn from the Russian invasion and the responses to it. And more in general, the Russian attack is a direct threat to the international rules-based order, which is the cornerstone of peace and security, especially for smaller and middle powers. And even though the ROK's armed forces are among the world's strongest, the ROK still relies on the rules-based order for its security. And I think all countries could be concerned with the following. So the gross violations of laws of war with deliberate attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure. The gross violations of prohibition of armed attacks on other countries, which is the cornerstone of the security of all of us. The high energy prices due to invasion of the Ukraine can directly also affect Korea. High food prices and threats with nuclear weapons, attacks on nuclear infrastructure. There's much to mention there. I'll just stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Donabart. Now, Dr. Kim.
Yes, thank you to invite me to be a panelist in this honorable meeting, which is most important meeting for the Korean National Diplomatic Academy. And I thank Chancellor Hong for organizing this meeting. Yeah, the question that I have gotten was how to deal with South Korea's dilemma in this U.S.-China competition. I think it's getting again a zero-sum game. I think the U.S.-China competition finally has been redefined as a systemic competition, which has been described again in the national security strategy of Biden government. I think South Korea and all other countries might have the same problem, but South Korea now is in a big dilemma. We used to have some diplomatic space to be in the middle between US and China, even during the George Bush government and Obama government, and even during the Trump government. But one of the important features of Biden government's China policy is that it stresses to its allies and partners to be with the United States. So it's a zero-sum game. We definitely are urged to make a choice between US and China. But I think of the fundamental dilemma that South Korea is posed is that we are geographically within the Chinese continent. But our thinking and systems, both political and economic, belongs to the United States. That's how the history of US-South Korea alliance has evolved so far. So what we are worrying about is what if the US goes away? What if the US hegemony sometimes disappears? How do we have to deal with China? Do we have to go back to a historical relationship between South Korea and China? I think that kinds of concern is rising now amongst the South Korean people. That's a fundamental agony we have to deal with. And I think that's why we want to stick to the United States rather than China. Our body is within the Chinese continent, but we cannot just ignore our political and epistemological and economic system that we have been living so far. So that's, I think, the fundamental dilemma we have. Of course, several residual dilemmas are there, both security and economic. As the US-China competition becomes severer, any measures that we try to pose against North Korean threat, I think it's viewed by China as a threat to China. One of the examples is THAAD deployment. South Korea now, especially now, a lot of new missiles, strategic missiles of North Korea and possible test of nuclear weapons of North Korea poses a much more serious threat to South Korea. And some things like U.S. strategic assets and THAAD deployment or additional THAAD deployment to South Korea is very important for the security of South Korea, and that is viewed by China as a threat to China, and that's one of the dilemma that we have to deal with. I mean, recently, South Korean foreign minister made it clear that there will be no 3-no policies about their deployment, which has been agreed between Moon Jae-in government and China when there was that deployment by the United States. And also, of course, there is an economic dilemma we have to deal with. This is something that is relevant to a very strange feature of the current US-China competition. I think we have been in the era of globalization from the 1980s. And Biden government's China policies and pressuring China is against globalization. It's trying to monopolize global supply chains on key industry areas and disrupting global supply chains. And it is against the era of globalization. So that is giving some unexpected agonies to countries like South Korea. But more serious issue is what is happening in China. After the Xi Jinping's renewal of his third term, funds are moving out of China. Economic situation index of China is getting lowered. It is viewed by the international communities that the third renewal of Xi Jinping's regime is bothering Chinese economic situations and Chinese economic development, which has been spurred by the market economic systems, which has been spurred by the Chinese entry into a globalized economic system. So that's a very interesting phenomenon that is happening now in China. Many people kind of thought that the U.S. policy toward China, I think which has been the China policy of Clinton government, The Clinton government, made China to enter the WTO, tried to make China much more market economic system, and tried to make it as a tool to, democratize China. And it didn't succeed. That's what experts were mentioning. Maybe yes, it did not succeed. It was a failure. And that's why Trump and Biden is taking a much more robust and hawkish policy toward China. But what is happening now in China, a clash between authoritarian regime and globalization and market economic system, that kind of hinges me that maybe that kind of policies, the Clinton government policies, so-called economics, can spill over into political field, might not be a failure yet. It looked like a failure in the beginning, but I think that might be something that would be a very big impact on the Chinese, democratization and authoritarian regime and the economic phenomenon of China in the future. I'm rather, tilting toward the United States than China about who would be the winner of the U.S.-China competition. I agree with Dr. Mearsheimer that it's not easy to predict about the future, but what is good about the United States is the U.S. still has its own liberal international order that it has made ever since the beginning of the Cold War period. It has made a lot of global infrastructure, United Nations, WTO, GATT system, global U.S. forces in the world, things like that, which has been working and still working for the sake of the United States' interests. And I think that's something that makes the United States upper dog over China in the competition between U.S. and China. About the question from the Professor Hyun-In Tak, I'm thinking what the South Korea has to deal with the U.S.-China competition. First, I think there should be very clear definition of what is the vital interests of South Korea. When you deal with China, China always emphasized the core interests. And I think it's now time for South Korea to define what is our vital interests and to make a continuous positions about what vital interests are about and what the security strategy of South Korea should be in the future. And second solution I might think about is I agree with Dr. Soeya that Japan-South Korea cooperation is very important now. I think we will be the only country that is left alone in this area without nuclear weapons. Maybe this is a question that I want to ask Dr. Mearsheimer, but my question to, may I ask a question to Dr. Mearsheimer? Very quick question. Yes, thank you. Professor Mearsheimer, I think one of the hottest issue now is whether Russia would really be using its low-yield nuclear weapons, and what would be the NATO's response to Russia's possible use of low-yield nuclear weapons. Would NATO use nuclear weapons to deal with Russia's possible nuclear weapons? And more important issue is that in Asia there are no nukes, no US nukes. And we are worrying about possible North Korea's use of low nuclear weapons. And maybe Japanese government are worrying about possible use of China's, tactical nuclear weapons in case of Taiwan contingency issues. And we don't have any tools to respond to that because we don't have any US nukes, which is different from the NATO case. So what do you think about all these things? What is the possibility of, Russia's and China's and North Korea's use of low-yield nuclear weapons, and what do you think will be the possible response by the United States against that? That's the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kim's question is, I think, is quite, important. So I want to give Professor Mearsheimer to answer for that question in your answers regarding the North Korean nuclear issue. Later, I'll give you a question on North Korea. Okay, and together with this, you can answer Dr. Kim's question later. Now we are going to have a second round. The topic is North Korea. As far as I know, Ambassador Donald should leave around 2:10. So I want to ask her first, and then have her answer. Then I will ask other panelists questions on North Korea. Ambassador Donald, since Europe is geographically far from the Korean Peninsula, and I think the sense of crisis over North Korean nuclear issue will be much less than what South Korean feels. Moreover, Europe is now, as we all know, under such an urgent threat of Russia's invasion on Ukraine. That preparation for that, I think, must be a security priority of Europe. Nevertheless, the North Korean nuclear threats must be an international issue in terms of nuclear proliferation. And in that sense, a solution must be found. What's the most important and what is the most urgent task that we should do for this from your point of view, your European point of view? In other words, what is your sense on what's going on the Korean Peninsula in terms of North Korean nuclear threats?
Well, to start with the last one, living here, it's very concerning and very alarming. And personally, I can say that I'm surprised by how quiet South Korea is taking it. Sometimes I read the news about new missiles. It's faster in Europe already on the news, and then it comes here. It's amazing, but it's very much being watched in Europe. Okay, we have our threats in the East, but it doesn't mean that we don't keep our eyes open what's happening here. And the European Union is a very active global non-proliferation actor, and we will stay like that. So, and of course, we are not directly in negotiation with the DPRK, and we fully support the ROK policy and the new audacious initiative. So historically, we are a big donor to the DPRK, especially in development and humanitarian field. And in that sense, in the future too, the EU is definitely ready to help on that front. And the EU also helps with the sticks. Examples, the EU and the EU member states are actively supporting the sanctions regime and crucially also its implementation. And this may not always be very visible, but capacity building efforts, especially in countries in the region, really helps with the implementation of the sanction regimes. I'm talking about concrete initiatives, including training of customs departments. And the EU is a global leader on fighting cybercrime and increasing cybersecurity, and that includes also the sanctions mechanisms on our own. And it's not specifically aimed at the DPRK, but it should be mentioned here as cybercrime is a very important part of the DPRK's income. And the same goes for human rights. The European Union supports human rights worldwide, so particularly in the case of the DPRK, where these rights are violated on a large scale. But I think it's very important to realize that we really attach a lot of value on the Non-Proliferation Act. So we really stick to that. And also the discussions right now mentioning here that ROK is considering nuclear weapons, it's very worrisome, because if we start, where do we go? And we really attach to that NPT. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now, Professor Mearsheimer, can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
Yeah, okay. As has been seen, the China's 20th Congress has been ended. And I think it was known as one of the major stumbling blocks why North Korea has hesitated to conduct its 7th nuclear test. Now, with this 20th Congress coming to an end, it is not strange anymore that North Korea could conduct its 7th nuclear test at any time. The problem is that its military and strategic implications for the Korean Peninsula. Kim Jong-un made it clear that North Korea will never give up its nuclear weapons. And moreover, if the 7th nuclear test is carried out, I think the international community's efforts, all efforts to denuclearize North Korea will not only fail, but will also make the denuclearization of North Korea almost impossible, undeniably. Therefore, there have been various views on the U.S. strategic stance on this situation in the U.S. recently. I think the most leftist or leftmost argument, I think, is that the U.S. should immediately engage in nuclear arms control negotiations with the with North Korea. Perhaps the rightmost argument, I think, as Mr. John Bolton argues, is that the North Korean regime change is the only solution. Interestingly enough, some in the US argues that the United States should allow South Korea to have nuclear capability. So there have been various views on how to deal with North Korea. What do you think should be the U.S. strategic measures to counter this problem? Professor Wang, Professor Hoya first. A month ago, North Korea fired her IRBM, intermediate range ballistic missile that crossed over, as you know very well, Japanese territory and landed in the Pacific Ocean. Moreover, as I said earlier, the prospect of North Korea's denuclearization has been very, very dark. I think Japan is no choice but to be very careful, sensitive, and prepared to North Korea's threats, geographically, geopolitically, and strategically. What are Japan's strategic alternatives or solutions or choices for North Korea's missile and nuclear threats? That's my question to Professor Soya. Professor Wang, China has long held itself as an honest broker on the North Korean issue. I think so, at least until the mid-2000 years when the six-party talks had been held. The result of that, for instance, was the September 19 joint statement in 2005, in which North Korea, as you all know, declared that it would dismantle all its nuclear capabilities. But the agreement has been broken, and North Korea has continued to develop nuclear weapons. Since then, China's stance on North Korea's denuclearization over the past decade or so has been very, some kind of a wait and see attitude or approach, for me personally, at least. Moreover, as the US-China conflict has been intensified, China's position on North Korea's denuclearization has become more ambiguous. Well, now North Korea has become a sort of a de facto nuclear state. There is no way to deny this, I think. Therefore, with this North Korea's these ample missile experiments and its seventh nuclear test, if it is carried out, it could be interpreted that North Korea has a successful nuclear miniaturization and diversification capability with a reliable delivery system. This is a formidable situation. So this should be seen as North Korea having not only strategic nuclear weapons, but also tactical nuclear weapons. In this sense, South Korea will have no choice but to do everything it can in terms of self-defense. With this combination, the situation on the Korean Peninsula will inevitably become more pessimistic than now. What will and can China do if it sees the current situation? What are China's strategic alternatives? China really wants to see North Korean nuclear state and intensified tension on the Korean Peninsula in the near future. That's my question to you. Dr. Kim, as we all know, there is a growing awareness of crisis in South Korea about North Korea's nuclear threats. Accordingly, the Korean people's perception on this has been rapidly changing nowadays. According to one public poll, public opinion in favor of South Korea's independent nuclear development has soared to more than 60% to counter the North Korean nuclear threats. Therefore, among experts, there have been various opinions on South Korea's strategic alternatives. If I summarize this as follows. Number one, strengthening the current U.S. extended deterrence. That's, I think, the mildest one. Number two, U.S. redeployment of tactical nuclear weapons. Number three, reproduction of NATO-style nuclear co-sharing in South Korea. That is South Korean-style nuclear co-sharing with the United States. Number four, South Korea's independent nuclear development. I think the alternative would be somewhere in or between this. What is your idea? How do you explain about that? Now, I would like to invite Professor John Mearsheimer to answer the question. Professor? Are you ready?
Thank you, I'm ready, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
good. Go ahead.
I'm going to answer your question first, and then I'm going to answer, as you directed me to do, Professor Kim's excellent question,
Good.
which is a different question than the one you asked, but nevertheless a very important one. So I'll start with your question. You seem to think that a seventh test by the North Korean really matters, because this indicates that they are never going to give up their nuclear weapons. I don't see things that way. My view is the North Koreans are never going to give up their nuclear weapons, period. When John Bolton says that you need regime change to solve this problem, he's living in a dream world. No matter who controls North Korea, that person is going to make sure that North Korea keeps its nuclear weapons. Do you believe that the United States, which is the most powerful state on the planet, is going to give up its nuclear weapons if it has a new president? No, because no president of the United States is ever going to give up our nuclear weapons, because they are the ultimate deterrent. The same logic that applies to the United States applies to North Korea. As you well know, North Korea lives in a dangerous neighborhood. There are lots of countries in the region that it has to fear, including Japan, South Korea, Russia, and China. Those are all countries that North Korea can never be sure that it won't have trouble with. And given how small North Korea is and how weak its military forces are relative to those other countries, it needs a nuclear deterrent. And last but not least, it has to deal with the United States. And as you know, the United States runs around the world practicing regime change. When the United States sees a regime it doesn't like, what does it try to do? It tries to overthrow that regime. Well, North Korea, as you know, is on America's hit list. The United States would love to overthrow the North Korean regime. Well, if that's the case, the North Korean regime has another powerful incentive to keep its nuclear weapons. So what's happening here, and it's been happening for many years, is we have these endless discussions about how to get North Korea to give up its nuclear weapons when North Korea is not going to give up its nuclear weapons. And in fact, they'd be crazy to give up their nuclear weapons. Now, I fully understand that from a South Korean point of view, from an American point of view, and from a Japanese point of view, from those countries' points of view, it would be wonderful if North Korea gave up its nuclear weapons. But we're not talking about what South Korea wants. We're not talking about what the United States wants. We're not talking about what Tokyo wants. We're talking about what makes sense for North Korea. And if you, Mr. Chairman, were the head of North Korea, you would not give up those nuclear weapons. If John Mearsheimer were the head of North Korea, he would not give up those nuclear weapons. That's the simple story that people find remarkably difficult to accept. Now, let me switch gears and go to the excellent question that Professor Kim asked. And let me start with the Ukraine situation and then segue to talk about North Korea using nuclear weapons, because I think they're somewhat different situations. My first point about Russia using nuclear weapons is, I believe, the only circumstance that Russia would use nuclear weapons in is if it thought it was losing the war in Ukraine, and that the Ukrainians and the Americans were winning the war on the ground. I think that if Russia felt that it was on the verge of defeat, it would use nuclear weapons. And it would use those nuclear weapons to try to rescue the situation. Now, you want to understand that during the Cold War, the United States had a policy in Europe which said that if we were losing a conventional war in Europe, we would then seriously countenance using nuclear weapons to rescue the situation. And by the way, we had the same policy on the Korean Peninsula. As you well know, we had nuclear weapons in South Korea, and we said we would use them if the North Koreans attacked and were winning a conventional war. Well, the same basic logic applies to the Russians today. If the Russians are losing a conventional war to the United States and its Ukrainian allies right on its border, right, that's an existential threat. The Russians, in my opinion, will almost certainly use nuclear weapons. Now, here's the really important point to keep in mind, and this is what differentiates Ukraine from North Korea. If the Russians use nuclear weapons, they would, in all likelihood, use them inside of Ukraine, and they would not hit NATO forces. They would not hit US forces. So they, in a very important way, can use those nuclear weapons without having to worry very much. They'd have to worry, but they wouldn't have to worry very much about the Americans retaliating with nuclear weapons of their own, right? So if they're desperate, they can see a way to using nuclear weapons to possibly rescue the situation where they avoid an American retaliation. The question was asked by Professor Kim, what would the United States do? My answer to Professor Kim is it's very hard to say for sure, but I do not think that the United States would use nuclear weapons against Ukraine, against Russia, because that would precipitate a general thermonuclear war. And there's a really good chance we'd all get incinerated. And we do not want to get incinerated. So I don't think we would retaliate with nuclear weapons. And I don't think we would launch a massive conventional attack against against Russian conventional forces, because that would run the serious risk of escalation. So I think if the Russians are losing, and you want to remember, America's goal is to defeat the Russians in Ukraine. So the more successful the Americans are in Ukraine, the more likely it is we will have a nuclear war. Just think about that. It's a very perverse paradox. The more successful we are, the more desperate the Russians become, and therefore the more likely a nuclear war is. Now, let's go to North Korea, and I'll stop there. If North Korea uses nuclear weapons against South Korea or against Japan, it is using nuclear weapons against an American ally that the Americans are committed to defending. The Americans have their nuclear umbrella over Japan, and the Americans have their nuclear umbrella over South Korea. So if the North Koreans attack, they are highly likely to get an American nuclear response. So you see, the North Koreans do not have that luxury of attacking a non-nuclear country that's not linked to the United States, which is the case in Ukraine. If they attack, the North Koreans attack either Japan or South Korea, they are attacking an American ally, and in my opinion, the end result is that we will retaliate with nuclear weapons against North Korea. All of that is to say that I believe that the South Koreans, the Japanese, and the Americans simply have to go to great lengths not to threaten North Korea's survival in any meaningful way to make sure that they don't use nuclear weapons. As long as we, South Koreans, Japanese, and Americans, don't threaten North Korea, I don't think that they will use their nuclear weapons. And I would just add to this that I don't think the Chinese matter much at all here. I think the North Koreans will do what they want, and they'll largely ignore the Chinese in a crisis when it comes to the question of what to do on the nuclear issue.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Mearsheimer. Now I want to turn to Professor Soya.
Well, I have a problem. I may sound like I studied with Professor Mearsheimer in the US, which is not the case. But regarding, even before nuclear possibilities, some time ago, there was a serious talk about North Korea possibly attacking South Korea, from time to time, right? If Seoul would become an ocean of fire or something like that. And I remember talking like, if I was using the term Pearl Harbor scenario, if North Korea does that, it is going to be a Pearl Harbor scenario. And I don't know if there is this caption in Pearl Harbor in Hawaii yet, still, but more than 20, 30 years ago, I remember seeing the caption explaining what Admiral Yamamoto, who planned the Pearl Harbor attack, was like. And it said, I think I remember very clearly, Admiral Yamamoto was a brilliant strategist. He learned at Harvard and knew that Japan would be doomed. And that's correct, and he didn't think Japan would win. But he was put in the situation to plan, a military strategy which would be, in a way, best suited to a certain situation. And the situation was, according to the perception of the Japanese leaders, if things go as they are, Japan would die a natural death. Japan's state would be over. That's a time when they turned 90 degrees from Southeast Asia to the Pearl Harbor. And if North Korea would attack South Korea, that would be the situation. That used to be my argument. And same might apply. I think Professor Miyashima was talking about this in case of nuclear, a scenario. And I personally agree to that. Therefore, again, our strategy should be to prevent that from becoming actuality. It's going to be a nightmare. It's going to be a nightmare. And so from that point of view, to come back to the actual reality today, I think we are virtually taking a so-called entrance theory to CVID. CVID has to happen at the entrance, otherwise we would not get in dealing with North Korea. And I think that's exactly how and why Bolton said, on the basis of this approach, the only solution would be the clash of North Korean regime, logically and speaking. And the question is if that's going to work. So far, it didn't. And the last time when we had a chance to sort of, look at some other alternative was when Mr. Kim Jong-un made a very courageous, I think for him, decision to come out to Singapore and to Hanoi and to talk with the United States. I think that was a very important strategic decision on his part. Of course, he didn't have the idea of giving up all the nuclear weapons. But when we had started that process, of course, we wouldn't know the end result. And this may be closer to a scenario of North Korea regime, changing in one way or another, but I don't know. So I may sound like arguing for the exit theory. Perhaps. I'm more inclined toward that. But I really don't know. I really don't know if that's going to work or not. And I understand Minister Hyun Taek is on the other side of me in that sense. But anyway, our North Korea policy has been a failure. And in response to your question, how Japan is responding to this. Government thinking goes as follows, as I observe it. At one point, we tried to deploy so-called Aegis ashore, to prevent North Korean nuclear attack. But at one point recently, government gave up this. And from that point on, including former Prime Minister Abe, they started to argue prevention of North Korean nuclear attacks would be very difficult. They have upgraded technologies and new missiles and so forth. So you cannot protect, perfectly. Then came the argument of enemy attack capability. And as we build, attack capability against North Korean nuclear sites, technicians would say that's impossible, and that may be true. but as an argument, that's evolution of government argument. If we have enough credible attack capabilities against North Korea, this may work as a deterrent. North Korea may not think, attacking Japan if we have credible capabilities to deter. So that's the current state of government argument about this. And of course, there is a question whether that's a feasible and actually strategically and militarily, realistic choice or not. Maybe not. Maybe not. But other alternatives, of course, U.S. is always there. Extended deterrence by the U.S. It's always there. And all these discussions are moving on the basis of, our belief that U.S. extended deterrence would function. So it's not terribly independent strategic argument of Japan. Many things indeed, are being discussed with the assumption that U.S. is there and the U.S. deterrence is credible. We don't question this almost at all, and that's how our thinking and discussions are going in the government circle. Yeah. So I'll stop here.
All right, thank you very much. Professor Wang Dong?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Firstly, I think my response to your question are as following. Firstly, China's policy toward the North Korea nuclear issue, I think, are threefold. Number one, denuclearization as the goal, the ultimate goal. Number two, stability of the Korean Peninsula should be maintained. And number three, and the denuclearization and stability, should be pursued through diplomatic dialogue. I think all these three elements, actually, they are intertwined. They are all together. And China has made it very clear that without denuclearization, there will be no durable stability. I think the Chinese leaders very much understand that. And vice versa, threatening to use force will not succeed in realizing the goal of denuclearization. And indeed, it will be invitation for disastrous consequences, as Professor Miyashima, I think, also just noted. I think China actually has a holistic approach to the nuclear issue. On the one hand, China opposed North Korea's pursuit of nuclear weapons, and China supported a series of UN sanctions. Meanwhile, at the same time, China also emphasized that all parties' legitimate concerns, including the security concerns of DPRK, should be recognized. As Professor Miyashima just made this very powerful, convincing argument, which I very much agree with. I think if that North Korea's security concern is not fully addressed, I think the root cause of the problem still remains. So we are not going to resolve this problem, I think, once and for all. So China now, I think, as to Chinese official, the most recent proposal suggestion is the so-called dual track, meaning the pursuit of denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula on the one hand, at the same time, the development of peace regime on the Korean Peninsula, meaning the transition of the armistice system to a peace regime. Personally, I think that still makes a lot of sense. It's like the Chinese, traditional herbal medicine, right? It's not like put them on a surgery and give you a magic sort of solution. But this is how I think you deal with the root cause of the problem. And I think it is China's belief that the threatening to use force to resolve North Korea nuclear issue, as Professor Miyashima also just noted, will be an invitation for disastrous consequences. And of course, through diplomatic means, dialogue, negotiation might seem very difficult. at this moment. But I think we still have to try nevertheless, because all other alternatives, the cost of that just prohibitively high for us to endure. Also, Minister Hyun, if you allow me, just give me 1 minute, because I feel obliged to respond briefly to Professor King's previous remarks. He made a lot of insightful comments, but one observation I, sort of feel I would like to defer, which is that he offered a pessimistic view of China's economy, which is not supported actually by empirical evidence. He suggests that there's an outflow of capital, sort of out of China. But if you look at the data, if you look at numbers, that speaks otherwise. Okay, the first 3 quarters of this year, 2022, China actually, there are altogether over 140 billion US dollar inflow of capital from all around the world, including the developed economies like Germany. There is over 30% growth of capital from Germany, and 26.8 investment coming from Japan, and 70% of investment growth coming from UK, and 58.9, almost 59% of growth of investment coming from South Korea to China in the first 3 quarters. So altogether, what I'm trying to say is that we have to understand the kind of concern, about Chinese economy. I think yes, we are going through just as many other countries because of the pandemic and other things. This economic pains very difficult, but China still remains one of the most hopeful, I think, a destination for investment for global investors. And that is also, I think, a testimony to the fact that how closely China's economy has been intertwined with the global economy. And the idea of decoupling will just be utterly counterproductive. Thank you.
Yeah, Professor Wang Dong, your position is well taken. Time is actually up, but I'd like to give at least a few minutes to Dr. Kim to answer the question. Go ahead.
Yes, I will make it very short because we already time's up. Professor Wang Dong, don't take it seriously. I didn't want to bother you. I just talking about my personal observation. But the questions posed by Mr. Chairman, I don't think it's a good option for South Korea to be independently nuclear because we have to persevere a lot of damages from the international community for now. So maybe it's not a first-hand option. First-hand option, I think, should be something that relies upon the U.S. extended deterrence. But I don't think having tactical nuclear weapons on the territory of South Korea will be strategically a wrongful option because that will be a first-hand target by North Korea missiles if contingency happens in the Korean Peninsula. So maybe we can have U.S. nukes in Guam or somewhere because that would satisfy not only South Korea but Japan too, because Japan is also worrying about the Taiwan contingency, which they view as Japan contingency. So maybe nuclear sharing among countries like that, having American nukes in Guam, I think that will be a good option for me personally. But one thing we have to take note is that maybe different threat perceptions might exist. South Korea will think North Korea as a threat, but other countries might think differently. So nuclear sharing operations might be a little bit complicated if there are no common threat perception agreement amongst countries related.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. Almost 2 hours has passed, so I'd like to wind up this session. I'd like to, first of all, thank all the panelists, Professor Mearsheimer, Professor Wang Dong, Professor Soeya and Dr. Kim for their invaluable contributions for making this session successful. I'd like to also to thank conference organizers and staffs of IFANS for their sincere contribution for this session. Thank you very much. I'll wind up. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Hyun and speakers, for your insights. This concludes session 1. Next session, Economic Cooperation for Co-Prosperity in the Asia-Pacific region, will begin at 2 p.m. Please come back to the channel at 2 p.m. for another round of stimulating discussions. Thank you.
Hi, Professor Mia Sharma. So nice.
live streaming begins in 10 minutes, so I ask all the guests with the red name tag to come inside the conference room and take your seats. 2시에 녹화 시작이오니 모두 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. The conference will be live streamed on KNDA's official YouTube channel, KNDA Live. We have two channels, English and Korean. Please choose your language. 국립외교원 공식 유튜브 채널 KNDA 라이브에서 생중계 예정입니다. 영어와 한국어 두 개 채널이 준비되어 있으니 편하신 언어로 접속해 주시기 바랍니다. Session 2 will proceed in English. For those who need simultaneous interpretation, please head to the reception desk for the receiver. 현장에 계신 내빈들께서는 통역기를 통해 한영 통역을 들으실 수 있으십니다. 통역기가 필요하신 분은 안내 데스크에 문의 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다. Distinguished guests, this is the last announcement before we begin. Live streaming begins in a minute, so I ask all the guests with the red name tag to come inside the conference room and take your seats. Thank you. 제2세션 패널분들께서는 앞에 계신 연단에 착석해 주시기
I would like to
바랍니다.
invite the panels of the second session to come up front.
Distinguished guests, the conference will be live streamed on KNDA's official YouTube channel, KNDA Live. We have two channels, English and Korean. Please choose your language. Session 2 will proceed in English. For those who need simultaneous interpretation, please head to the reception desk for the receiver. Thank you. Good afternoon. Now we are about to start Session 2, Economic Cooperation for Co-Prosperity in the Asia-Pacific Region. Moderator of this session is Mr. Park Tae-ho, President of Lee & Co. Global Commerce Institute.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I would like to welcome all of you, speakers as well as participants in the audience, to the Session 2 of the 2022 IFANS Conference on Global Affairs. I'm Tae-ho Park, President of Lee & Co. Global Commerce Institute, which is a very small think tank within a law firm called Lee & Co. And I was the former Trade Minister of Korea. I'll be the moderator for this session on economic cooperation for prosperity in the Asia-Pacific region. As you know, due to COVID-19 pandemic, we were unable to have in-person meetings for the last 2 years. But fortunately, this year, we are able to come back to a face-to-face meeting, although some speakers and participants are participating in the conference online. Before we start, I feel very sorry to inform you that one of our speakers, Mr. Menon of India, is unable to participate due to his personal situation. Well, we still have excellent speakers in our session, and I'm very happy to say that all speakers are here with us in person. I would like to introduce our prominent speakers. To my left, former Minister for Trade, Minister Yu Myung-hee is here with us. And then Professor Son Yeol of Yonsei University is also here with us. He's actually leading East Asia Institute in Seoul. And then we have an ambassador to Australian ambassador to Republic of Korea, Catherine Raper, is also here with us. Lastly but not least, Professor Lee Hyo-young of Department of International Trade and International Economic Trade and Development Studies at IFANS. Before we start, I would like to say a few words on the procedures of the session. I would like to ask each speaker to spend about 9 minutes on the first topic. We have 2 topics given by the organizer. The first topic is on the assessment and the future prospect of economic security situation in the Asia-Pacific region. Originally, I was planning to give each speaker to spend 9 minutes, but 7 minutes, but Mr. Menon is not coming, so I gave 2 more minutes to speakers. After we hear all presentations, we'll have a brief discussion for about 5 minutes among speakers. You can raise the questions or make some comments on each other. And then I'll move to the second topic of the session, which is assessment of future prospects and prospects of economic and security policies of the Korean government under new President Yoon Suk-yeol. I also like each speaker to spend about 7 minutes for this topic. Again, same as the first round. After the second round of the presentation, we'll have a brief session for about 5 minutes to discuss among speakers. And then remaining time will be allowed for interactions with the audience in the floor. Since we are given 90 minutes, I ask presenters to keep their remarks within the given time limits. One last thing, as a moderator, for the second topic, I would like to note that presenters will be welcome to make useful recommendations to the Korean government if you have. This is a very important issue for this seminar. Without further ado, I'd like to first invite Professor Lee. And then you have about 9 minutes to present.
Yes, thank you very much for the introduction. I am Hyo-young Lee, Associate Professor of the Department of Economy, Trade and Development in IFANS, KNDA. I'm very honored to be joining this very distinguished gathering of experts and practitioners in this area. I believe that the second session today is titled Economic Cooperation for Co-Prosperity in the Asia-Pacific region. But I think that the real issue that we wanted to discuss today is economic security. And we all know that economic security has been quite a buzzword recently in today's world of international economy and trade. As a first panelist in this session, I think I would first like to begin by talking about what is Korea's economic security, because there has been a lot of discussion, but we are still talking about it. And I think that we can have a whole new session on this topic itself, but to make the story short, I think that in the end, economic security is national interest. So more importantly, since Korea is a very highly trade-dependent country, the importance of the Korean economy and the competitiveness of its businesses is a very important national interest for Korea. And however, at the same time, now we are living in a world of great uncertainty and rising geopolitical risks. And so we need to consider that economic decisions can no longer just be made based on commercial interests. So we need to be a little bit more comprehensive and consider national security and risks involved in making economic decisions. So, but at the same time, I think we also need to be aware of the risks of excessive securitization of issues, especially those issues that were traditionally non-security related, such as economic security. since there seems to be actually an increasing trend to use the logic of economic security to justify trade protectionist measures that also have discriminatory effects on the trade of trading partners, important trading partners as well, more recently. And so I think that we need to be aware of this risk. But at the same time, as I mentioned previously, we need to consider the risks of geopolitical tensions. And so I guess we need to have a balanced approach between the nexus between economy and security, which I think the devil is in the details. Easily said than done. But we are also living in a world where we are inadvertently have to line up among blocks that are being formed depending on different systems and values. And so in such a world, putting economic security or a country's national interests will have to be a top priority in setting our decisions or strategies to face or deal with the various kinds of international issues that we need to face today. So having said this, I believe that, I think that the questions that the moderator gave us formally before we came to the session is, for me, for starters, to talk about some of the imminent economic security risks that Korea is facing. And I think that one of the most important imminent economic security risk that Korea is facing right now is the supply chain restructuring efforts that have been triggered by the deepening US-China tensions right now. Not so many years ago, we were living in a world which has been led by trade growth, which has been based on the expansion of global supply chains. And we have been living in a world for nearly 20 years where we were very closely interconnected and very highly interdependent. And investment decisions were based on commercial interests and lower costs. And also, since China has been the hub of the global value chains, businesses have made a lot of investments in China because of their low labor costs and their manufacturing skills that they also contain. So what our companies had considered to be most effective and profitable in making investment decisions are no longer considered to be in line with economic security. And so they are faced with the decision, well, they're faced with the situation of having to realign their supply chains, which they have made in the past based on past decision-making processes. And so this is inevitably quite a burden for the businesses to follow. However, I think that actually there is no choice for Korea to make because we have to consider that the future growth path for our future industries lies where the advanced technology is flowing and growing. So we need to consider where the future market is. But as you all know, China is becoming a target of very strong US economic sanctions. And so the possibility of advanced technology growing in China is very low. And so we need to consider the fact that the future market is not in China anymore. And so we may need to consider this, and businesses may need to consider this in making their future decisions. And I think that's an imminent risk that we need to face right now. Another important economic security risk that we are facing is the rise of trade and investment barriers under the banner of strong environmental and labor standards. This is according to the US or the EU, the advanced countries which can afford to internalize the labor costs and the environmental costs in order to make the market more fairly competitive, and also establish a level playing field. In fact, there have been efforts in the past to place environmental issues higher on the priority list among other trade issues, but it has not been successful because there are many underdeveloped economies that cannot afford to internalize these environmental costs. And so it could be more unfair to them if we mandatorily adopt environmental rules or labor rules at the same time. However, recently, due to the rising importance of addressing climate change issues, it seems to be now the trend that we cannot afford not dealing with environmental issues on a global scale. And so such measures as Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM, is being adopted by the EU. And there are also measures to legislate due diligence in supply chains by adopting environmental and labor standards by the EU as well. And also, we all know very well that the US Biden administration is placing environmental and labor issues very high on their trade policy agenda. And so, all in all, this means that based on the environmental standards and the labor standards, the investment and trade barriers are becoming higher. And it is inevitably going to be a burden for Korean businesses trying to make entries into the US and EU market. And so there are going to be huge costs involved. And I know that companies are trying to adopt ESG into their business practices, but it is going to involve a lot of costs. And the transparency and the traceability requirements that are that the companies have to adopt in order to accommodate the supply chain restructuring efforts is also going to be very painful for the companies as well. So this is all for now. If I have a chance to talk about these risks, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lee. As a moderator, I don't want to speak too much, but I would just make one point regarding your last your statement regarding Chinese market in the future. Maybe China is not a market for Korean companies anymore in the future. But at this moment, this is my dilemma. We have to distinguish between to what extent global chain decoupling will be pursued by the United States. For the last 2 years, U.S. imports from China is increasing, even though they are fighting to each other. So in other words, except very advanced security-related technology items, maybe U.S. is doing something to decouple things from China. But for certain areas, even semiconductors, very highly sophisticated semiconductors, U.S. is concerned. But the normal, ordinary type of semiconductors, maybe they will allow to trade each other. So in other words, maybe China is growing very rapidly, and the wages are also rising rapidly. So China will not be a world factory anymore. But maybe in the plain kind of ordinary products, China will serve as a world market. So in other words, we have to be careful to distinguish between, this is my own opinion, certain area which is sensitive, we have to support US policies or whatever, but for the remaining items, they will have a high demand by huge population. So Korean firms should exploit that domestic market too. This is my just one comment. Maybe later you can respond to me. Well, let me now, because Professor Lee is a scholar, and now I want to invite the practitioner, which is the former Minister for Trade of Korea, Minister Yoo Myung-hee. Please.
Thank you. First of all, let me express my thanks to IFANS for organizing this annual conference on the very pertinent topic. Professor Lee elaborated on various aspects of economic security risks faced by Korea as well as by the Asia-Pacific region, and the growing geopolitical competition between US and China, as well as fragility exposed by COVID-19 and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, have indeed brought economic security concerns to the fore. So now countries are attempting to insulate themselves from external shocks as well as geo-economic pressures. So they are now introducing various measures, for example, to enhance their supply chain resilience, and also applying full-blown industrial policies and launching bilateral and multilateral partnership arrangements with like-minded countries, and also at the same time introducing restrictive measures to protect their own strategic technologies. So these are all, in some sense, worthy objectives to pursue, especially in this very difficult, testing, uncertain time. However, if not well managed, this entails significant trade risks in the Asia-Pacific region, including in Korea, which has greatly benefited from globalization and an open, multilateral, rules-based trading system. So let me particularly touch upon 3 points: supply chain protectionism, industrial subsidy competition, and fragmented trading order. So first, supply chain resilience and the risk of protectionism. So as I mentioned before, COVID-19 induced disruptions and growing geopolitical tensions between the US and China, and Russia's invasion, Russia's war in Ukraine. They all have made policymakers around the world to focus and reassess the supply chains and reconfigure the global value chains. And this changing reality has prompted to reevaluate their supply chain policies, and countries have responded to this challenge in one of the 3 ways: stockpiling and reshoring, or domestic production, and diversification. And these days, in this very volatile and unpredictable trading environment, where even these trade dependencies and supply chain interdependence can be weaponized and used as a geopolitical tool, this is a very important topic, and maybe almost important. However, at the same time, these measures to enhance supply chain resilience, this can easily slide into new kinds of murky protectionism, and also sort of self-sufficiency with a nationalist bias. For example, even though countries are launching various partnership arrangements, like the proliferation of various partnership arrangements in the region to enhance supply chains with the like-minded countries, in some sense, they are also introducing the concept of friendshoring or ally shoring. But those countries participating in those initiatives, in some sense, they compete with each other. They all want to attract manufacturing facilities and strategic industries into their own territories, and they compete with each other in the same global markets for same talent. So if they don't manage their tensions very well based on trust, it's easy for them to slide into protectionism. No single state can muster all the resources to produce what is needed within their own territory. So improving supply chain resilience should not mean turning away from international cooperation or economic openness. It can be achieved through cooperation with partners. I'd just like to point out that important principle. And second, revival of industrial policies. So now industrial policies and subsidies, they are back and they are in vogue among major economies. And China has is well known and has long pursued its industrial policy, as well demonstrated in its Made in China 2025. But now, even the West, which has been long committed to laissez-faire economics, has recently also embraced industrial policy. And for the recent several months, the U.S. has passed the two signature bills, CHIPS and Science Act and the Inflation Reduction Act, which will pour billions of dollars in strategic industries. Well, without coordination among like-minded countries, or not just like-minded countries, without coordination among countries and some appropriate disciplines, this competition might end up in subsidy wars by giving ever larger subsidies to attract more factories into their own territories. And this could result in industry overcapacity and trade disputes. We can look at the recent examples from EU, US subsidy war in regard to Airbus and Boeing. Just last year, they resolved this dispute after 17-year-long dispute over the Airbus-Boeing case. So this could be another risk in regard to trade. And third, trade fragmentation. The IMF wrote in its recent regional economic outlook, which was published just last Friday, that signs of trade fragmentation are increasing, with the trade-related uncertainties surging in recent years. And that Asia-Pacific has more to lose than any other region if the global trade system splits up because of the geopolitical tensions. So as the IMF discussed, the geopolitical tensions have raised the prospect that national security concerns might trump the shared economic benefits of global trade. And such a prospect would be very, very costly, especially for Asia, which is key player in global supply chains. So in regard to supply chain disruptions, broadly speaking, there are two types: intentional ones or unintentional ones. Unintentional supply chain disruptions can happen due to, for example, natural disaster or a pandemic. And unintentional supply chain reconfiguration can happen due to geopolitical or strategic reasons. These unintentional disruptions can recover quickly compared to intentional ones. And this intentional disruption caused by geostrategic reasons, for example, caused by such as export controls in strategic industries, they could actually leave a very significant impact on those particular industries. And in that case, this will pose really a significant challenge especially to this region, which has achieved its economic success through the globally connected supply chains and as well as the open rules-based multilateral trading system. So let me stop here, and what can we do? Perhaps I might touch upon that topic in my second response to the second topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Yu. It reminds me the importance of Mr. Trump's policy in early part of the years. He criticized China for government subsidization into certain industries or advanced technology industries. So industrial policy is now is back in even United States. And also this Inflation Reduction Act, it has some component of discriminating foreign products or, so what I'm saying is here, we actually support US policies because they are criticizing unfair trade practices of certain countries. But now US is doing himself or itself this kind of subsidies or industrial policies and discriminating policies. So maybe our alliance, including Australia, we may lose our legitimacy in supporting US policies because they may violate FTAs or even WTO principles. So we are a little bit concerned about that. Okay. In that note, I will invite Ambassador Raper, for your first presentation.
Thank you very much, Minister Bach, and it's an honour to be on this panel today amongst such esteemed experts and speakers. A big thank you to IFANS for organising today's conference, and also I want to just at the outset express my condolences to everyone impacted by the awful tragedy in Itaewon on the weekend. So I'm here to offer a bit of an Australian perspective on the important issues that we're talking about today, particularly the economic security situation in what we call the Indo-Pacific region. And I think the starting point for us, and I think also for Korea and indeed other like-minded countries, is the type of world and region that we want to live and work in. So that is one that is stable, prosperous and respectful of sovereignty. So when we come at it from that starting point, we can then look at the challenges that are proving serious risks to that type of world and region that we want to live in. And I think the previous speakers have done a good job of setting out many of those risks. But I think there was three that I particularly wanted to highlight today. The most serious challenges we would see as the severe supply chain disruptions that we have seen during the pandemic and also as we come out of the pandemic, but also as the consequence of various government actions. I think the urea shortage last year as a result of Chinese export measures and also the impacts on food security and energy prices that we're seeing from Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. Cases in point of those supply chain disruptions. Secondly, and other speakers have referred to this already, we're seeing a very serious and significant fraying of the open rules-based trading system that has underpinned our security and prosperity and economic development in all of our countries and in the region and indeed the world over many decades, and that is a serious concern to ensuring that growth and prosperity continues. And the third very serious risk we'd highlight would be the increasing urgency of climate change. We need to decarbonise our economies and transition to a more sustainable future and quickly. So that is putting pressure also on our countries and on our trade and economic relations. So the answer, I think, to these challenges is not easy. They're intertwined, complex challenges. But we think that countries need to work together in order to tackle them. They're too big for any one country to attempt to deal with alone. So Australia, Korea and other like-minded partners really need to pull together and look at how we can deal with those challenges and preserve the region and the world that we want to live in. So some of the ways that we can do that are by looking at ways that we can build our domestic resilience, by looking at how we can ensure secure and reliable supply chains and how we can take forward climate action in accordance with WTO rules. We also, of course, as like-minded countries, share a set of values, and one of those values that we share is a belief in open societies and open trade. And indeed, I would argue that those are key strengths of what makes our economies and our societies so important and so good places to live. So when we look at the economic security basket of issues that we've talked about, and Professor Lee made reference to this earlier, we really need to find a balance between preserving the openness of our economies and of our societies and reinforcing our economic security. So it's going to be a constant contest, but I think it's one that we have to keep very much in mind as we, as government policymakers, put forward measures and put forward policies on how we are going to address these challenges. So we're going to have to be very careful in how we deploy relevant measures, including the way that we screen investments, the way that we vet research proposals at our universities, and the way that we protect our critical infrastructure from risks such as cyber security. Again, another point that's been referred to by speakers earlier is remaining very alert to the potential use of security interests to mask protectionist economic policies. So we need to make sure that we don't, in our cure to the problems, create a bigger problem. So we need to guard against policy overreactions that might treat a symptom today but end up creating more costly problems later on. Now, it's true to say that supply chains are a very complicated thing. And when we look at the supply chain situation, one of the rules that, or one of the approaches that we apply in Australia is to remember that not every good that's vulnerable is critical, and that not every good that is critical is vulnerable. So we need to keep a very clear-eyed perspective on what are actually the supply chain risks that require government intervention. We also have the starting position that the private sector is best placed to address supply chain issues. So government can provide assistance, of course, targeted assistance that really keeps in mind that balance I talked about earlier. But it is going to be the private sector who turns its mind to issues such as trade diversification and how they can build reliable and trusted supply chains with partners, and a realisation that those reliable and trusted supply chains may not necessarily be the cheapest ones. Turning to the issue of domestic resilience. Now, this is making sure that we have mechanisms within our countries to be alert to potential risks and have a conduit for conversation between government and business on how to address them. So we have bodies in Australia established in recent years, such as our Office of Supply Chain Resilience and our Critical Technology Hub. And these organisations have a mandate to engage the private sector regularly on what the potential risks are and to act as a conduit between business and government and our national security community. So it involves having some very honest conversations between government and business about what the risks are, the geopolitical risks, the geoeconomic risks, and making sure that they are factoring them into their business decision making. I think a key point that we make to Australian business is that the situation we're seeing at the moment is not a short-term situation. This is a new normal going forward, so they need to be planning ahead. At the same time, we also take the viewpoint that innovative and creative business people will always find ways to get ahead in an evolving global economy. So we want to help our businesses to engage with that and understand risks and make good decisions. So we look for ways that we can provide data and analytical assessments to business, but we also think that governments can work together in a bilateral or a plurilateral or maybe even a multilateral setting to look at ways that we can establish early warning networks on supply chain issues. And we also continue to believe that transparent trade rules play a very important role in underpinning how this can all work. So in short, it's going to take a very sustained effort by countries, like-minded partners, to diversify and build the resilience that our economies are going to need going forward. And we need to take very careful steps to avoid any one particular country dominating supply chains of particular goods. One area that's been very topical in that respect has been critical minerals, and certainly there is a lot of work happening between Australia and Korea on ways that we can build alternative and secure supply chains in critical minerals that will help support the growth of our economies and that important decarbonisation pathway that I referred to earlier. So we will continue to support all of those efforts and we will work hard with countries like Korea and like-minded partners to find the solutions that will benefit all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Raper. You mentioned many important issues, particularly, both Australia, Korea want to maintain open and rules-based, the trading system. So we both participating in the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, even though it is not, it doesn't have any detailed kind of content in it. But Australia has some specific idea or position how to, promote in the Pacific Economic Framework. Maybe you can say that a little bit later. Now I want to invite Professor Son Yeol from Yonsei University, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I'm honored to be part of this great panel, and also I'd like to thank you, Chancellor Hong, for including me. I was asked by the chair to speak more about geopolitical risks and that dimension. So my presentation will be first, I like to present maybe pessimistic scenario for the next, coming years and decade. And second, what can we do? So that's the topic that I like to address now. Economic security risks come from various sources, from natural disasters, pandemic, wars, and also from economic sources like financial crisis, energy crisis, and what I'm going to talk is, the risk coming from the states. So, in this case, states, for geopolitical reasons, typically weaponize economic interdependence and give the other an economic security crisis. And here, the most consequential geopolitical challenge is obviously U.S.-China strategic rivalry. And this is an ongoing phenomenon, and it will continue to dominate the world for the foreseeable future. And we know that, we are predicting by 2030, Chinese economy will catch up or come close to the United States. And also by that time, in the Western Pacific, Chinese military capabilities, conventional military capabilities, will come close, or even, according to some other sources, surpass that of the United States. So in those years, we'll see a sustained and even increased strategic rivalries that already started from trade and advanced technologies, and to values and political systems, and I just mentioned to the military side as well. So here I just want to bring up one international relations theory, which is security dilemma theory. It holds that the mistrust between rivals, in this case US and China, would lead to the spiral of tension, and that mistrust actually comes from dramatic change in the distribution of power, and also some psychological factors, including values, political systems, democracy versus autocracy, things like that. And all these are played out very well in domestic politics in the United States and also China, as we saw that very rare consensus over China issues between Democrats and Republicans in the United States, and also President Xi's the recent speech that heavily emphasized on the national security. So with developing mistrust would, according to the theory, would lead to the situation in which one party takes precautionary and defensively motivated measures that are, however, perceived to the other as offensive threats. And this leads to countermeasures and ratcheting up tensions, and creating self-fulfilling prophecies about the danger of one's security situation and its future. So if we partly apply this to the economic security situation, we might call it economic security dilemma. That security dilemma in this case is not by economic means, but by security military means, but economic means. So just Minister, you mentioned Made in China 2025, which aims to make key industries autonomous or self-sufficient, moving up to the level of 70% of self-sufficiency by 2025. And the U.S. Chips and Science Act and also Inflation Reduction Act, all, I mean, even though the last two have, foreign exclusion element, but those are, can be understood as neo-mercantilist industrial policies. And East Asia actually has a rich tradition of, neo-mercantilism industrial policy. The lineage goes back to, Fukoku Kyohei or Bugukgangbyeong, rich nation, strong army, which is nice correlation of economy and security, and that has been a dynamic of economic growth and national growth in Japan and spread to South Korea, Taiwan, and even China. So, these practices it has happened in China and the United States, but what we've seen is the spiral of tensions that MIC 2025 is viewed as economic threat to the United States, then United States countermeasures restricting ZTE and Huawei, and the Chinese countermeasures and CHIPS and IRA, and we would expect the Chinese countermeasures again. So we'll see spiral of tensions. Not really like military, but we can predict a very similar dynamics of competition, which is very much will be a destabilizing and often destructive. So how to find solutions to this dilemma, security dilemma? In the case of original security dilemma, there are two. One is you have arbiter, third-party arbiter. In most cases, United States, that play a role in arbitrating two parties not to go to the worst-case spiral. Between China and Japan, United States played a role, etc. But this case, United States is one. Two is direct negotiation and compromise of establishing some sort of rules-based order within which major powers, both two parties, compete. And this is the case that happened in history when both sides keep competing in a very destabilizing manner up to the point where all lose destructively. So, and not just two parties lose, but many other countries trading with those two parties. So even though United States and China will not be able, as Minister just mentioned, will not be able to decouple from each other and not to create separate blocks, but domestic politics works and mistrust works, and at least they will give it a try and find a place where it will not work and then retreat and negotiate. That's what happened in the security, national security size. So thing is that we should not repeat the history. We have to work together to find solution. Find ways not to repeat history, not to, move. Have those two powers to move to that destructive course until when both parties and others realize that this is a dead end. So in doing so, I think some secondary power coalition networks, including Australia, Japan, South Korea, and other middle powers to work together to sustain the current liberal economic order, which is obviously in disarray, but we have to work hard to not to move to that direction. And I will continue in our second round to give some policy prescriptions. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Your view from a political, geopolitical kind of angle is very important. Economic issues must consider that kind of aspect too. Your last part of your presentation, you mentioned that some kind of role of middle power coalition, middle power nations coalition can do something. We talk about that very often in the seminar, but actually how we can do it is very, very difficult because now two superpowers are fighting, and then how can we do anything more positive? Well, in any case, I want to ask panelist speakers if you have something to make comment on each other's presentation. We'll spend a few minutes to do that, and then we move to the second topic. Anyone? Yes, Professor Lee.
I would first like to answer the chair's question, but I do have an answer. I think that I do agree that China's market is still very important for Korean businesses to exploit, especially with regard to low-tech semiconductors manufacturing. However, we should also need to consider that the US government has recently announced a very strong export control regime, which is very new. It is very comprehensive and multi-layered in a way that has made unilateral export controls multilateral, because it has applied the FDPR, the Foreign Direct Product Rule, which means that even foreign companies, like Korean companies, which want to export to China, if they're using any US manufacturing equipment or US technology, they cannot do so. So it's become multilateral. It is applied to Korea as well. And another thing is that they have ECCNs, which means that what was export controls, which used to be entity-based, entity lists, are no longer so, but they can be technology focused, which means that they can use this kind of new export control and expand it to other technology areas, meaning low-tech semiconductor areas as well, if they decide to do so. And so there is a high possibility that this kind of new form of export control can be expanded in use to even contain low-tech manufacturing semiconductor if the US wants to. So now it has the tools to do so. And so we're now at a risk where Korean companies are not safe from maintaining their current level of manufacturing facilities in China as well. So that's an answer that I wanted to provide. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Minister Yu?
I'd like to also follow up on that issue. Well, that's happening in a semiconductor industry, especially high-tech semiconductor industry. But as President Park mentioned, the overall bilateral trade between the US and China, it has continued to grow even last year. So that is limited to a particular strategic industry, especially that is perceived to be to have some national security implications and concerns to the US because of kind of dual-use technology. So there might be some partial decoupling to some extent in some strategic sectors if those export control measures are carried out to full extent for a long time. However, in most of the other sectors, the US and China, they continue to do business. The US is still China's the largest trading partner and the largest export market, and China is still US the largest trading partner and the third the largest trading partner. So likewise, Korea and China, China is Korea's largest trading partner, and our trade dependence is like 25%. So that does not mean, because we are so interdependent, total decoupling will be very ruinous. They will hurt, both countries and the world as well. So we have to distinguish those limited strategic industries and overall the comprehensive industries when we talk about the decoupling.
Okay, Ambassador, do you want to add something?
I just wanted to pick up your point on what can countries, middle powers like Australia and Korea do, and Professor Son mentioned that as well. I think the first point to make is we have no choice but to do something, because our economies have been very reliant and have prospered on the basis of the rules-based trading system. So it's absolutely imperative that we continue to do what we can to support that. But I also think that we have something to bring to the table. We are often innovative. We can bring new ideas to the negotiations. We can often cut through where there are entrenched positions by some of the major powers. And we also have good relationships with many of the key countries. We're both US allies, so we can have very honest conversations with them, including about how much the rules-based system matters to us and our economic prosperity and security going forward. So I do think there's a lot we can do, and it's important that we exercise that agency and authority in appropriate fora. Thank you.
Okay, then we want to move to the second topic, because we are speaking time goes very, very fast. So the second topic is, assessment on the future prospect of economic and security policies of new Korean government under President Yoon Suk-yeol. I don't know whether Ambassador Raper fully understand the direction of this kind of economic and security policies of new government, but in any case, we'll discuss this. Okay. So this time I want to go to the reverse order, asking Professor Son first. But now I don't want to give you 6 minutes. I want to give you only 4 minutes, because we have to talk with other people here in the audience. Okay.
Thank you very much. As I said earlier, South Korea's role, I think it's important. But to me, my impression so far is, toward the new government is that its economic security policy takes a very precautionary dimension and defensive. So how to respond to the external the risks, and that response would be sort of defensive and bilateral. But as I said, that we would need to establish or reestablish a flexible and stable rules-based international order. That could be liberal or others, but we need some orders under which major powers play and compete heavily, but within the limits. So, how to establish that, and Professor Park, Minister Park just mentioned how. I have no clear answer, but South Korea can start from the issue of economic coercion, simply because South Korea has suffered two major shocks, one from China, the other from Japan. And in other words, South Korea has rich experience of receiving economic coercions and how to respond it. So I think the starting point is to assess the effects of economic coercion. So Chinese coercion in 2016 onwards, and Japanese coercion in 2019 onwards, and it is still going on, not fully completed. And whether the other parties' foreign policy goals have been met. in both cases, I don't think that they fully met those objectives. I mean, towards South Korea, and some other byproducts and after effects, including public image of Korea toward those countries are really bad, and in terms of in terms of public diplomacy, those two incidents really made a huge negative impacts on South Korea and bilateral relations, and etc. So that assessment and also conditions by which economic cohesion works or does not work. That to study together with other fellow countries like Australia, you also experienced it, and Japan. I mean, they did it to Korea, but they received economic cohesion from China in early 2010. So those countries can work together to do all these studies and assessment and find ways to resolve. Deal with economic cohesion, and we can find some sort of collective resilience regime, and then expand to the larger forum, and then maybe elevate to an international norm. So that could be one area of South Korea's contribution in terms of middle power network. And two, have time?
1 minute.
Stop?
1 minute.
1 minute. Okay. The larger issue is about globalization. Currently, we are facing a retreat of globalization. We called it deglobalization, but that doesn't serve our national interests. So what is needed is reglobalization, which is not reviving the previous globalization, which has lots of problems. So the reglobalization includes more inclusive globalization that deals with income inequality, social unrest, and etc., and political polarization as well. And also we should find resilient globalization that deals with economic security issues. So it also starts from the region. I think if South Korean government venture into the Indo-Pacific, then we would think of inclusive and resilient globalization in the Indo-Pacific.
I like your word of re-globalization, not deglobalization. Ambassador Raper, maybe you can have a good recommendation to the Korean government.
Well, I guess my first point to make would be that we very much welcome that the Korean government has got in at the ground floor on the IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity. And I might say in that respect is not repeating the mistake that I think Korea made with the CPTPP of not being in on that earlier. So being in IPEF early and strong and a full member at the table, I think has been a very important and welcome move. Now the IPEF is being both touted and criticised for being a different sort of trade agreement. And I think it is true to say that the absence of market access will make some of those negotiations challenging. But I think it's also useful to focus on what IPEF offers that's new and different. When you look at the issues that it's been designed to address around trade and supply chains and clean energy, it actually goes very much to the heart of the key risks that we identified in the earlier session to our economies and to our region. So we think it will play an important role in setting rules and standards for the region, in building and furthering regional economic integration, and in looking at ways that we can actually tackle in an innovative way the diversification of supply chains and their resilience, and how we can help encourage climate finance solutions and clean energy capability building. Also, digital trade, I think, is another important area that will feature in the IPEF. The other important point I make about IPEF is that it is complementary to other efforts. So we are both, Australia and Korea, members of RCEP and of APEC, and of course the WTO, as I stressed earlier, remains very much at the core of everything that we are doing in the region. But I would also encourage the Korean government to look very carefully at the CPTPP. This is a very high standard agreement, a very comprehensive agreement, and it does offer something to Korea that other agreements don't, and that is a common set of rules on things such as rules of origin, investment, intellectual property, e-commerce. So in a time when it's all about secure supply chains and diversification and making sure that you maximize the opportunities for your exporters and your consumers, it just seems a no-brainer that that is something that Korea should be tackling. The final point I'd make is to welcome the more active role that this Korean government is taking in global and regional affairs. Certainly under the global pivotal state heading, we're seeing a lot more activity, a very positive agenda from the Korean government, and that's including the development of an Indo-Pacific strategy, which is a very welcome step. So we're looking forward to continuing to work with that very much more active, outward engaged approach. And we think that very much reflects a country of Korea's economic power and influence. So I see it as very much Korea stepping up to the plate, and really delivering on the role that it can play in the region and globally. But I might leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think your view on Korea's accession to the CPTPP is completely shared by Ambassador Turner from New Zealand, right? Am I right? Yeah. So now I will invite Minister Yoo Myung-hee. Maybe you will mention something about our CPTPP accession negotiations.
Maybe in Q&A session later about the CPTPP, because I have only 4 minutes given. Well, in regard to Korea's economic security policy, it seems that the economic security and supply chain resilience have become important consideration for Korea's economic and trade policy in light of the vulnerabilities exposed by recent developments. And in that regard, Korea has been strengthening various bilateral and multilateral initiatives to strengthen supply chain resilience and economic security. And I'd like to just make a couple of points or suggestions to deliver good outcomes or mutually beneficial outcomes from those initiatives. First, economic security as an open, free trading nation. Well, I understand the narrative, the emerging narrative that economic security is national security. Why we need that, and the economic security is really creeping in various calculations and in formulating our trade policy. But just now, I'd like to remind you that the very first person, the DC trade official who used that phrase was actually Peter Navarro, who used to be the trade advisor to President Trump 5 years ago. So to him, trade deficit was the threat to national security. And that's why he argued that US had to terminate Korea-US FTA. So what I am saying is that what is economic security after all? It's all in the eyes of the beholder. So as an open free trading nation, and also as a global manufacturing powerhouse and the 6th largest exporter of the world with a relatively small domestic market, we should be wary of the emerging narrative of the mantra that economic security is national security, because it could create a permanent state of exception in trade law and justifying broad protectionist measures and widening the scope of excusable protectionism around the world. So in this regard, in formulating, designing, and implementing Korea's trade policy, it shouldn't be the centerpiece or feature and key feature of our trade policy. In that regard, because we should not overplay the concept, because it could unnecessarily constrain our business activities. That's my first point. My second point, as I briefly mentioned on the first topic, there are some tensions at play in supply chain cooperation. So managing those supply chain tensions is important to achieve successful outcomes, to achieve mutually beneficial outcomes from bilateral supply chain cooperations as well as the IPEF supply chain pillar. We need to address those tensions skillfully, especially based on building trust between and among partners. For example, each country has an interest in promoting growth and jobs in its own domestic economy. And policies to promote onshoring of technology production of each country, it can actually work against each other. For example, in the case of IRA, so there are certain limits to how far they will be willing to collaborate. In addition, greater supply chain resilience comes at a price. At a certain point of time, either companies or consumers have to pay for the price, whether it will be stockpiling or diversification or reshoring, especially in this very high inflation environment. So as such, achieving mutually beneficial outcomes from this initiative, it will be very costly, time-consuming process. That's why we need to really work together closely based on trust. And in the process, if there are any issues, any concerns, we need to try to address them as soon as possible, based on trust among the partners. That is my second point. And last but not least, this actually is related to my first point as well, Korea as an open trading policy, open trading nation. Korea, as well as many countries in Asia-Pacific region, we could not have attained our prosperity without an open rules-based trading system. So WTO and the multilateral trading system, they are essential global public goods. Maybe the public now has taken for granted, but without that, the global trading system would be less stable, less certain, and less efficient. So now, as a global pivotal state, Korea has to take greater responsibility and contribute to improving and updating the system. So building on its rich experience in FTA negotiations as well as dispute settlement cases, Korea should lead efforts in revitalizing the WTO negotiating function and also restoring the dispute settlement system so that WTO can reform itself to make it fit for the reality of 2020 and also beyond. That's what Korea should do for the world, for itself and also for the world. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your last part is very important. I completely share with your view. Well, Professor Lee.
Yes.
Yes.
I think that for recommendation to the current Korean government with regard to what to do about economic security, if we define our economic security as promoting our national interests in terms of protecting our economic competitiveness, I think that our position or our characteristic or feature of being a highly trade-dependent country is an important consideration to make in devising our economic security policy. I think I've been emphasizing this throughout my comment in the first part of the round. So I think that a regime where we have unilateral or multilateral export controls, which restrain countries from engaging freely in trade with countries they want, and raising barriers to trade and investment, making entries into foreign markets, using perhaps too excessive standards based on environmental reasons or labor standards may not be desirable to countries like Korea, which need more balanced approach in making these rules. Of course, restoring the WTO would be the best solution, but I think we acknowledge now that it may not be possible in the near term at least. So we may need to work with second best solutions. I think for now, the IPEF is the second best solution that we have right now in the Indo-Pacific region. It starts with the Asia-Pacific region, but the US has similar initiatives going on in the European region, like the TTC, and also in the Americas region, like the APEP, and also in the African region. So it has many regional initiatives like the IPEF being applied around the world. And I think that what the US is doing is making another kind of template, like what it did during for the Tokyo round, the plurilateral codes, Tokyo round codes, which actually led to making the WTO agreements. And so I think that the IPEF, although it's at its very initial form, it could be used as a sort of a regional template that can serve as a building block to this new kind of international rule that we need very much to provide the predictability and stability that our companies need to do their businesses in the region. So I think that it's a very, although it's very murky at the moment and it's very vague and we don't know where it's going, I think that middle power countries like Korea and Australia and New Zealand and other countries need to make sure that the new rules are balanced enough to reflect both the demands or the needs of the developed economies in the IPEF and also the developing economies in the IPEF. So it reflects the concerns of in a multilateral way, and also be effective and binding at the same time, sufficiently binding so that the rules do work. So it will be a difficult task, but I think that for a starting point, IPEF is a valuable initiative for us to work together on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I actually said that we'll have another small, discussion among speakers, but I will skip that, for the second topic. I'll open the floor so that we can have some, questions and comments from the floor. Is there anybody who want to ask? Yeah. Please identify yourself briefly and then ask questions or make comments.
Yeah, thank you so much. I am Chung-Myun Lee, and the president of IFANS, which organized this meeting. I really thank all the panelists for their excellent opinions and comments. And as a president of the organizing institution, let me play the role of linking the first session and the second session. In the first session, the Professor Mearsheimer, who is called open, a big realist in IR scholarship. He said that he talked about the change in the basic system under which we are living. He said that the world has moved from the bipolar system before 90s to unipolar system before 2017, and now to multipolar system, which is composed of three main pillars, including US, China, and Russia. And he empathized that Korea was very fortunate to have the so-called unipolar system. Under that system, he said, Korea was able to cooperate with China economically under the umbrella of security provided by the U.S. I think his opinion is sort of from the perspective of international relations scholar. So I want to hear the views from the panelists from the perspective of, economist or from the economic perspective. Do you agree with his opinion that the Korea was very fortunate to have the so-called unipolar system, under which Korea was able to economically, utilize the Chinese economic power under the umbrella of security provided by the U.S. Do you agree with that? So my question is very simple. Do you agree or disagree? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to collect a couple more questions from the floor. Ambassador Turner from New Zealand.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, yeah.
And thank you, everybody, for a most enlightening panel discussion. Indeed, I completely support Ambassador Raper's comments that CPTPP, Korea has a strong interest in joining, and we agree that with Ambassador Raper in urging Korea to do so, and a bit puzzled by the delay in doing so, given that even the previous government committed to doing so last December, and unfortunately failed to do so. So I guess I support the comment from Ambassador Yu about economic security being very important, but also a risk of it being overplayed and dominating our trading agreements at risk to our broader prosperity. So I guess my question for the panel is, taking aboard the positive comments about IPEF, again, which I agree that does seem like a good way forward with some excellent opportunities to develop new approaches in many areas. But I guess the New Zealand view would be that we should be, and Korea, we hope, would also be supporting both IPEF and CPTPP. And I get the impression that CPTPP seems to have fallen off as a priority and been replaced by IPEF, perhaps because, one, the United States wants it, and secondly, it seems to be politically easier to deliver than CPTPP. But I'm not saying that one is more valuable than the other. I think they're both important, and I worry that we are losing the priority that was attached to CPTPP. Thank you.
Is there any? Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Hyungmin Park, and I'm with the economic section of U.S. Embassy Seoul. Thank you all the panelists for your fruitful comments, and I just wanted to touch upon ways to tackle economic security matters domestically. I personally think one of the biggest domestic risks regarding economic security is the lack of cooperation of the ministries in the Korean government. For example, MOFA recently opened their own economic security diplomacy center, and MOTI also deals with trade matters, and MOIF also has their own mechanism in dealing with economic security matters. However, with these multiple overlapping organizations within lots of ministries, with no leading organization, and with the lack of cooperation among them, such as not sharing information and not sending over officials to one another, no matter how much panelists here, such prominent figures like yourselves analyze the problem, we won't be able to deal with economic security matters effectively when such problems arise again. So just wanted to ask, what would be the effective way that the Korean government can do domestically in order to deal with such a global problem like economic security? Thank you.
Okay, for now, these 3 questions are enough. So, I will just ask each speakers. You don't have to answer all questions, but relevant things you can pick up. I will start with Minister Yu.
So perhaps I will answer the first 2 questions. Regarding the third question, I'm out of practice as trade minister, so maybe those people who still work for the government, you can answer them. Well, regarding the first unipolar question, I don't think it will be only the issue of Korea. I think for the last 7 decades, or in the last 3 decades, For many countries, international economic relations and international politics have been quite often separated. Although international politics have been have always influenced international trade policies and negotiations, but still international economic relations have been governed by its own set of rules, based on our Bretton Woods system, and try to be governed by the win-win, by the mutually beneficial rules of the Bretton Woods system. However, for the last several years, because of all the geopolitical developments that I mentioned before, international politics has taken over the international economics or trade policies and negotiations, and affecting those international trade rules that's happening not only in Korea but around the world. Now we are now seeing more and more intersections between trade, security, industry, and technology. And that's why we have now new birthplace of economic security, and a new mantra of economic security is national security. So I don't think only Korea has enjoyed the unipolar benefit, but many of other countries. But that doesn't mean that we should just not stop there, but because the public goods that we enjoyed has provided the very the element that has made our success possible, made our prosperity possible. I think that's the responsibility and role of the Korea, to provide that to us as well as to other countries, so that we could still continue our prosperity in the future as well. Regarding the second question about the CPTPP as well as IPEF, as a former trade negotiator, there are two tracks of negotiations: internal or domestic negotiation, and external and negotiation with your counterparts with other countries. And it seems that domestic negotiation and consultation gets more and more important these days. Like in the US, because the US couldn't get the domestic support from the Congress on the CPTPP, on the TPP. So that's why Trump administration withdrew from the TPP, and Biden administration could not rejoin the CPTPP. Likewise, in Korea, it takes time to get sufficient support and to have sufficient consultation with our agricultural stakeholders and get their support on joining the CPTPP. So, and it's important and gets more and more important. So we are still working on that. As far as I know, we are still working on that. And in regard to IPF, without agricultural market.
I mean, you can end your sentence. I mean.
So yeah, I think I should stop here, okay. So that I should turn over this to other panelists. Okay.
For the first question, you say yes, I agree, I don't agree. Just simple answer for the first question. For other questions, you can make some comments.
Okay.
If you want to make answer to the first question. Do you agree or do you don't agree?
Yes. It's not a hearing. Okay, so yes, during the unipolar world, we see multilateral rules are sustained by the United States. Economic, multilateral rules, and we have hub and spoke system, which is a security. And general rule is there's a rule or principle of a separation of economics from politics. So two coexist, and that's under the unipolar system. But now, you said, or Professor Mearsheimer said that the world structure, international structure, moved from unipolar to multipolar. Then we see more of So previously, what it called, we can say, de-securitization. Then now it is re-securitization, and then obviously, then we will see some conflicts, particularly with regard to China. So that's what many countries are facing trouble today.
Okay, Ambassador Ray.
My answer to the first question would be that undoubtedly US partnership and leadership is very important for Korea's economic development, but I would also say that the rules-based international trading system has been just as important, as has Korea's own innovation and R&D spend in advancing technology, as well as the contribution made by reliable partners such as Australia, who have provided many of the resources which have fed into Korea's own industries and exports. I won't speak to the second question, you've heard me on that. On the third question, I would just point to an important office in the presidential office as an economic security secretary there. So maybe that might provide one avenue to join up the different parts of the Korean government engaged on economic security. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Lee.
Yeah, for the first question, my answer is yes and no, because I do agree with the unipolar system providing a security umbrella, but I think that it's actually the multilateral trading system that was provided by the unipolar system that enabled Korea to become so prosperous now. And I also disagree with, if I understood correctly, that Korea was fortunate to be able to utilize China. I think that it goes both ways. China also utilized other countries under this security system and the multilateral trading system to be able to prosper to this level of economic development. And so my answer is yes and no. As regards the last question, I think the second question was answered very well by Minister Yu. So I do agree with your point that there is a control tower in Korea, the Economic Security Secretary in the presidential office. If you look at other countries, they don't have this kind of control tower. They have the DOC or the BIS, other departments that work with different functions with regard to economic security related measures. They don't call it economic security. I think it's only Japan and Japan and Korea, which has this control tower for economic security. Maybe to make the ministries work in a more coordinated way, we may need a legislation like Japan has. Maybe that's a way to make the ministries work together more effectively, but I don't know what the plans, if there are plans to do so or not. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there any very urgent question to raise? Otherwise, time is running up, so I want to conclude. But regarding Ambassador Turner's question on CPTPP and IPEF, my answer is IPF doesn't include market access. CPTPP has a market access. That's the reason why we are so much struggling. I think this is the answer. I don't know. I'm also not working for the government anymore. But anyway, we have a very, actually we are tasked to, too much tasked to discuss because two big questions, but we effectively manage answering all kind of questions and topics for this session. I don't want to repeat anything. I want to thank our speakers, and also I want to thank the audience in the floor. I want to conclude this session. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Park, and thank you everyone for your intriguing discussion. Next session, Audacious Initiative for the Peace and Stability on the Korean Peninsula and the International Cooperation will begin at 3:50 p.m. Please come back to the channel at 3:50 for another round of stimulating discussions. Thank you. Distinguished guests, our live streaming begins in 10 minutes, so I ask all the guests with the red name tag to come inside the conference room and take your seats. Thank you. Distinguished guests, live streaming begins in 5 minutes, so I ask all the guests with a red name tag to come inside the conference room. Once again, session 3 will proceed in English. For those who need simultaneous interpretation, please head to the reception desk for the receiver. Thank you. Now, we will start our last session. Please welcome the moderator of this session, Professor Jeon Bong-kun, Professor of the Korea National Diplomatic Academy. Professor Jeon, now the floor is yours.
예, IFANS 시그니처 컨퍼런스의 제3세션.
I am honored to moderate the third session on the issue of Korean Peninsula and international cooperation. My name is Jeon Bong-kun. I am a professor at the KNDA. I am delighted to have you all at the signature conference of KNDA and moderate the session. Today, we will dedicate the session on Korea's foreign policy and international cooperation, and we will discuss diverse issues, including the North Korean issue and the political landscape on the Korean Peninsula, and the South Korean government's response to North Korea, together with the renowned experts. And when I looked at the structure of the session, I thought that I thought of one question. What is Korea's national identity? There are three identities that Korea has. First is that Korea is a middle power amidst strong powers. And secondly, Korea is a country that must rely on trade because it lacks resources, natural resources. So against that backdrop, the first session was dedicated to Korea's position amongst the strong powers, especially focusing on the U.S. and China rivalry. And during the second session, you discussed the economic matters. And the third identity that Korea has is that it is a divided country, and there are a lot of different issues that belong to a divided country. And today we also are faced with the North nuclear issue. Against this backdrop, we are having this third session, which is the most significant issue for the South Korean government. And whenever I discuss the issue of the Korean Peninsula, it's always difficult to foresee what's going to happen tomorrow. At KNDA and other professional and expert organizations have conferences as such at the end of the year to forecast what's going to happen in the next year. And in fact, several days ago, I submitted a paper on my prospects or on my views on the prospects of the Korean Peninsula for the next year. But I think I am halfway right and halfway wrong. This is because we are in a very uncertain region. And it's very difficult to predict what's going to happen in the future. And that is why we have to gather different experts together in order to discuss and seek the ways of resolving the issue on the region. So that is why we have 4 experts here with us today. We have the best experts in terms of the foreign policy and North Korean issues. Let me briefly introduce each and every one of them, and then we will delve into the topic. First of all, we have one participant that is online. Mr. Jeon is here with us. He is the peace group leader, and he is the expert in the area of U.S. North Korean issues, and he also worked in Russia and New York. And today, in fact, we were supposed to invite Mr. Kim Gon, Special Representative for Korean Peninsula Peace and Security Affairs, MOFA. He is in charge of the Korean Peninsula and the North Korean issues here in Korea. But as you know, due to the recent launching of North Korea, the missiles, there is an urgent meeting going on in the government. So that is why he had to excuse himself and not participate in our conference. But so we instead invited Mr. Chun Young-gi, who is online and who will also participate in the discussion. And next, we also have Mr. Hong Yang-ho, former Vice Minister of Unification of the Republic of Korea. He has worked in different organizations of the Korean administration, and he has worked more than 30 years in the government, and he is even now dealing with the Korean Peninsula-related issues. And in particular, he was in the he worked in the foundation that supports the Kaesong Industrial Complex, and he also worked at the Kaesong Industrial District Foundation, and also he's a member of the Korean delegation of the German-Korean Unification Consultation Committee, and also the chairman of the Inter-Korean Political Dialogue of the National Unification Advisory Council. And also we also have Mr. Chun Young-woo, who is the founder of the Korean Peninsula Future Forum, and before that he worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for 30 years, and he worked as the National Security Advisor to President Lee, and among the diplomats, he is an expert in the issue of the Korean Peninsula. And next, we have Mr. Yoo Ho-yeol, Professor Emeritus of Korea University. Professor Yoo Ho-yeol has worked at the Unification Research Institute, and he also has taught at Korea University. He has been responsible for teaching undergraduate and graduate students on inter-Korean relations, and he served as the research fellow at the Korean Institute for National Unification. And during the Park Geun-hye administration, he also worked as the vice chairperson of the National Unification Advisory Council for the Republic of Korea. So I believe that he will make very precious advices on the issue of the Korean Peninsula. So we will take turns now with the 4 panelists. So I would like to ask each panelist to give opening remarks for about 10 minutes. And before that, I would like to focus on the audacious initiative of the Korean government. I would like to elaborate on the Korean government's stance and also on the current status that we are in. As you are well aware, the Korean government's North Korean policy is divided into 2 parts. First is the audacious initiative, and the second is the 3D policy. And Minister Park Jin also mentioned this in the morning. So first D is the deterrence, and the second D is dissuasion, and the third D is the dialogue or diplomacy with North Korea. So these are the 3 big pillars of the Republic of Korea's North Korean policy. So I believe that we will go into more detail through our discussion. So first, I would like to ask Mr. Chun Young-hee, are you ready to speak? Yes, Mr. Chun Young-hee, please. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chun Young-hee, and I am representing the Korean Peninsula Peace and Security Affairs. And it is my honor to take part at the International Conference on Global Affairs. Although I'm not there in person, and I am happy to see all the distinguished guests, the ministers, vice ministers, and the experts, professors. And I'd like to ask all the participants to share your valuable ideas. And just like Professor Chun mentioned, the North Korean issue isn't an easy issue for us to solve. That is why, in the beginning, I would like to assess the Korean political landscape, and I would like to also talk about the audacious initiative that's pursued by the Korean government. First of all, the assessment of the political landscape on the Korean Peninsula. North Korea is a huge threat to the NPT and also the peace and stability of the global community. And North Korea has been performing different kinds of acts of provocations, just as we saw this morning. North Korea is the only country in the world that has conducted nuclear tests in the 21st century. And it has been continuing to produce nuclear materials and is also ready to conduct the 7th nuclear tests at any moment. Ever since the collapse of the second US-DPRK summit in 2019, the North has broken its moratorium and has developed tactical nuclear weapons against us, heightening nuclear threats. Simultaneously, the North has been trying to capitalize on the international situation, such as conflicts between the US and China or the US and Russia. And as you know, on the 8th of September, the DPRK legalized its nuclear weapons. Such legalization also goes in line with this. And this new law stipulates possibility of preemptive nuclear strikes, lowering the threshold of nuclear usage, and demonstrates explicit intentions of arbitrary nuclear use. In addition, the rapid speed of missile development by the North is another point of concern. DPRK has launched a record number of ballistic missiles this year, including the 6 ICBMs. In particular, under the leadership of Kim Jong-un, ballistic missiles have been launched in an unprecedented interval, engaging in threatening provocations. As you know, this morning, North Korea launched missiles once again. And North Korea's launching of missiles has invaded Korea's East Sea coast. And this is a military provocation. And this such arms provocation is a breach of UN Security Council resolutions and also threatens peace and stability of the Korean Peninsula. As you know, the Korean government is strongly against this. And during the China's 20th Party Congress, the North temporarily halted its ballistic missile provocations. Now that they are resumed, it is necessary to pay close attention and thoroughly prepare for any further provocations. The Korean government is cooperating with the international society to sternly respond to the North's missile threats. We must clearly demonstrate that the international society's determination for the North denuclearization is stronger than the North's determination for nuclear missiles development. At the same time, the Korean government will leave doors open for conversation for a peaceful resolution of the North nuclear issue, and will continue promoting its audacious initiative. Let me briefly describe the audacious initiative. In August this year, President Yoon Suk-yeol, in his congratulatory remarks at the National Liberation Day, mentioned that if the North stops development of nuclear weapons and transitions to actual denuclearization, then South Korea will be providing the support to its economy. And this is coined as audacious initiative. And this initiative, it is a very bold and balanced, comprehensive, agreement-seeking way. The Korean government is the key player and direct player to solve the Korean Peninsula issue and will keep playing the central role in this process. And after reaching an agreement, the realization of the measures will happen in phases. And if the North breaches its agreements, then we will be responding to those breaches correspondingly. And the audacious initiative differentiates itself from the previous initiatives in three ways. First of all, so the moderator mentioned the audacious initiative and the 3D strategy. And in a way, 3D strategy is a part of the audacious initiative. Audacious initiative is not about returning North Korea to the negotiation table, but it's already happening even now. It is about making a strategic environment that makes North Korea to return to the negotiation for the denuclearization. And this will lead to the deterrence of North nuclear threat and will also dissuade North Korea from further developing nuclear weapons. And it is also about promoting denuclearization through dialogue and diplomacy. This is what 3D strategy is. And the audacious initiative will be preemptively taking initial sets of actions in the process of reaching a comprehensive agreement in order to secure the sustainability of the negotiation process. If the North genuinely returns to the dialogue for denuclearization, then we will be providing various supports in the healthcare and the agriculture, etc. So this is a plan that will take place in phases, and it will be divided into two phases. First phase is the actual denuclearization, and the second is the complete denuclearization. And the audacious initiative of the Korean government is still effective. Based on the audacious initiative, we will pursuing our diplomatic endeavors in order to stop the North provocations and to bring the North back to the dialogue. And in this process, we will be maintaining the strong USA ROK combined defense posture, and we will continue to strengthen our cooperation and partnership with our partner countries and the international society. And we will also pay attention to lead Russia's participation to return North Korea to the dialogue. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. So Mr. Chun Yang-hee mentioned the Korean government's audacious initiative, and he also in much detail explained what the 3D strategy is. I will not reiterate what he has said, but against the backdrop of the urgent situation that the Korean Peninsula is faced, such policy is still effective, and the Korean government's audacious initiative will take more active posture and measures. And the initial sets of actions are being prepared, and the denuclearization of the North Korea will be taking place in two phases. So when we talk in the past, we talked only about the economic aspect of the denuclearization, but in the future we'll also include the economic and the military support. So let's go to the next topic. I would like to ask Mr. Hong Yang-ho to talk about the Korean Peninsular political landscape.
In the early days of Lee Myung-bak administration, I served as the Vice Minister of Unification. I would like to talk about the current political landscape of the inter-Korean relations and the features. I would like to summarize this into two pillars. The first is the inter-Korean relationship is completely disconnected. That is the first feature. And the second is that the inter-Korean relation is going towards the way of strong against strong. After the inter-Korean dialogue in 1970s, there have been many dialogues and efforts, but recently, at the moment, the entire inter-Korean relations have been severed. There's no talks at the government level. There's no exchanges or cooperation at the private level. In the past governments, there have been humanitarian assistance to North Korea, but now, since 2018, the North Korea declined any humanitarian assistance. So everything has been severed in the inter-Korean relations. Up until very recently, at the Panmunjom or the military communication line has been stopped, but very recently the communication has been restored. However, even this communication line, North Korea only accepts the line whenever they feel they see the communication is needed, and when they feel that the communication is not positive, they just simply do not answer. And secondly, of course, there have been the strong versus strong kind of sentiment, or the attitude has been witnessed in the past, but not so intensified like today. Then why is this? Structurally, as the development of the North Korean nuclear program continues, and South Korea has no other option to take as a UN member and a member of the international community. All economic exchanges have been stopped. During the Moon-jae-in administration, there have been efforts and there have been economic incentives that were offered to North Korea, but this did not lead to a substantial denuclearization, so all economic cooperation has been severed. No matter which government comes into the office, without substantial denuclearization efforts or developments, the problem will not be solved due to the sanctions by the United Nations and the international community. And secondly, since North Korea is especially worried about their survival of the regime. Especially, they worry about the freedom of South Korea that is actually impacted. That is impacting the youth of North Korea, such as the K-drama or K-culture that is being spread to North Korea. About 2 years ago, as you know, North Korea passed several acts to put priority on the regime survivor first. The Anti-Culture Act is about wording off the cultural import from Japan or Korea. Anyone who distributes the kind of external culture are punished, and anyone who actually enjoys the cultural products are also punished as well. And due to COVID-19, the entire health system of North Korea has gone down. So without this system, North Korea cannot have any interchange with external actors. And due to COVID-19, the cultural and social exchanges have been severed as well. And secondly, other than the structural aspects, North Korea only moves very strategically. There's a big strategy under Kim Jong-un's rule. Under Kim Il-sung's rule or Kim Jong-il's rule, in the Kim Il-sung's rule, there was a big strategy, and under Kim Jong-il, because the economy was so difficult, they were very realistic when it comes to exchanges. They wanted some economic realistic benefits from South Korea. So they were more active and receptive of economic and social exchanges. Kim Jong-il suddenly died, and Kim Jong-un inherited the power. And Kim Jong-un especially saw the need to be on the upper hand militarily. So they pursued the parallel economy and the military. It says economy first in this name, but actually they put priority in nuclear development. They wanted to become a nuclear state. And the strategy has been completed, they believe, and now they believe that it is the time to focus on economy, so they started all-out economic development. With this complete nuclear program and nuclear arsenal, they can take economic benefits from South Korea. That is their way of overcoming the sanctions. And that kind of worked until the Singapore summit, but during the Hanoi summit, which completely broke apart, they experienced a bitter failure. On the other side of the failure, Kim Jong-un went all the way to Vietnam on a train for 70 hours. And as you know, that it's an autocratic society, and it was a big humiliation in the international community for their autocrat. They now understood that they can no longer get whatever they wanted from South Korea. Now they turn to self-reliance strategy. And for self-reliance, they need to enhance their nuclear development further, up to the point that they can combat deploy their tactical nuclear weapons. And at the 8th Labour Party Congress, they came up with the 5-year plan for the development of the defense science and weapon systems. They decided to enhance their program. So they move only based on their own strategy. They are not swayed by any external forces or external strategy. What about their economy? They recognize that it is hard to overcome their economic difficulty. So they only said that they will enhance and repair whatever they have internally and become self-reliant. So they're not going to move no matter what measures the other parties offer them. And when it comes to their internal structure, since it is a one-person autocracy, there should be no more humiliation for their powerful autocrat. And secondly, North Korea is fundamentally a military power. The loyalty of their military forces is higher than any other country. So they have the tendency to respond to power with even stronger power. So they are accustomed to brinkmanship and responding to power with stronger power. Basically, this kind of strategy and tactics are not going to change, and therefore we won't really see any momentum creating on the inter-Korean peninsula in the foreseeable future. Having said that, the Yoon Suk-yeol administration came up with this idea of audacious initiative, and this kind of efforts are something that any democratic government has to pursue, and therefore the government will have to promote this audacious initiative and try to bring North Korea back to the negotiating table. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hong. The current inter-Korean relations, it's severed completely. In the past, we had some sort of social and cultural exchanges, and there were humanitarian supports, but now we are in the relations are completely severed. So as you said, so there is a pessimistic prospect that such status will continue for a while. In particular, after the failure of the Hanoi summit, US and DPRK summit in Hanoi, the North Korea switched its or changed its course of path to a totally new direction. Now, it has a very tense relations or policies towards South Korea. So it will be intensifying in the future. And against this backdrop, the Korean government has the audacious initiative, and the Korean government's 3D strategy should take a more long-term perspective. So then let's move on to Mr. Chun Young-woo. Nice to meet you all. The North Korean nuclear issue and the DPRK issue, these are the actual issues that were already covered at the president's diplomatic policy plan. So rather than repeating myself, I will talk about more about the audacious initiative, which is today's topic. I would like to assess, evaluate this policy. I do not believe that there are potentials or possibilities that the North Korea will give up its nuclear, but against that backdrop, the government should not give up on, the Korean government should not give up on its diplomatic efforts. It should nonetheless continue its efforts. That's what I believe. But the KNDA or the government must have a lot of praises about the audacious initiative, so I will not be praising this initiative either. I will just focus more on the things that could or that have some more room for improvement. So please bear with me. Of course, the contents of the initiatives or the plans are very important, but we also have to pay close attention to the context of the Korean Peninsula. Also, whether this initiative is timely. We also have to be concerned whether this initiative can be applied and whether it can be applied, or and who will be announcing it and who will be and how will this affect the relations with North Korea. I believe that we always have to consider these things whenever we announce such initiatives. No matter how great an initiative is, you have to think of who will be announcing this, whether it's going to be the President or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or somebody else. So when we look at the contents, I believe that you are all aware of it. In order to advance our progress of denuclearization, of course, naturally, right now, it's difficult to reach an agreement. The contents of the audacious initiative are necessary in some ways. I am not denying that. But how are we going to link the denuclearization progress with the economic support to North Korea? How will, in the process of negotiating the roadmap, we have to use this as a card of how we will be providing the support. But we should not be using the economic support as a bait to bringing North back to the table. And of course, some kind of economic support should be recovered, but we should not imply that we are using economic support as a way to pulling North Korea back to the dialogue. For North Korea, it will be too humiliating. For us, it could be a good idea, but for them, they are trying to maintain their sacred regime, and that's why they developed nuclear weapons. And they will think like, oh, so South Korea wants to buy our nuclear weapon with money, our sacred weapon that we want, that we need to sustain our regime. So we should not imply such things. They created nuclear to respond to the hostile policies from the US. This is so for them, they do not want to trade their nuclear weapons with the hostility from the US, not with some kind of economic support. So, of course, if we are taking more strategic way or approach, that would be good. But if we use economic assistance as a bait to lure North Korea back to the negotiation, then that wouldn't be a good choice. And then against the backdrop of the context of the Korean Peninsula. So what kind of game is North Korea playing? And we have to think of the way the course we will take in the future. The goal of the North Korea is creating the usable nuclear weapons. And they want to expand the quantity of the weapons, and they want to further develop their technology. And they want to also create the delivery systems that can avoid advanced detection. And this is an asset for us. The more the threat it will bring, the more usability it will have. The bigger card for the North it will become. So they will be creating a lot of missiles that can avoid advanced detection, and they can use this as a way to respond to the US hostility, and that will give them bigger card. This is a good thing. This is something that the North wants. But no matter what we think, during the last year's 8th Party Congress, Kim Jong-un announced its new tasks and programs, and North Korea will adhere to those programs. At least, in my opinion, unless North Korea finishes the tactical nuclear weapon test, it will not return to the dialogues because it's already in a very favorable position. There is no reason for North Korea to return to the dialogue. So first of all, they will want to secure some kind of measures with which they can attack both Korea and Japan, and only then they will return to the negotiation. So they will conduct their tactical nuclear tests, and then they will also launch their ICBMs. And then at the end of the sanction cycle, we will have some room for diplomacy. And we also have to think of whether it was right for the president to announce this initiative. No matter how great an initiative is, if we can foresee that the North will be against with something, I believe that the government should be more cautious of letting the president announce some plans. This will do not good to the reliability of the Korean government. Of course, it could have been better if the minister announced a plan. And then next, how will this initiative influence our negotiating power? Of course, it's good to invite North Korea back to the negotiation, but when North Korea has no intentions to talk with us, if we continue to persuading them to come back, And then if we continue saying, if you come back, we will give you something, some great surprises, then that will only solidify the North's stature. It will not help us to achieve what we want through negotiations. And of course, for our own negotiations, we may show some signs of concession, for example. And then the North will think of some possibility of giving up something for the sake of negotiation. But if we keep implying what we have done until now, that will not help in progressing the negotiation in any way. And last but not least, the DPRK thinks the US as its counterpart. But of course, for South Korea, the only card that we have is the economic assistance. If we go hand in hand with the US and offer this as a possibility, then the new DPRK will pay some kind of attention to this. But if we alone announce such initiative, no matter how honest we are, if they may be worried that the U.S. may have some other stance. So the U.S. may later say that, oh, okay, the South Korea said some good things, but that's what the South Koreans think, but we have another idea, etc. Then everything will be to no avail. So that's it, what I wanted to share. So what do we have to do now? Should we just wait and see? As been said earlier, we have to keep the doors open for dialogue. Of course, we should not be saying no to the North's willingness to talk, but we should not be serenading to the North for them to return to the table. The North will continue and conduct its nuclear tests, and it will launch the missiles. And only after that, I believe, they will return to the dialogue. But until then, we have to think of what kinds of sanctions we will be posing on the North after the DPRK conducts its seventh tests and launches the ICBM. We have to, in the meanwhile, keep talking with the US and other allies about how we will respond to the North's actions. It's time for us to work on developing our own cards. If we do not end up with anything, people will just laugh at us at the end of the day. And we all know that we are all pessimistic about the North denuclearization. And there are even talks that among the high-level officials or former high-level officials that we have to acknowledge the North as the nuclear country. And based on that, we have to talk about the next stages of talks. But we should prevent that from happening. We should not let that happen. We should, so some say that we have to invite the North, acknowledge North as the nuclear power, and then invite them into the arms reduction talks, but we shouldn't let that happen. We shouldn't let the former high-level officials talk about things like this, because that will only weaken or wane the government's willingness for the North's denuclearization. That's it from my side. Thank you.
In the morning session, Professor John Mearsheimer actually mentioned his realistic perspective. He mentioned on the developments and the prospect of nuclear issue of North Korea. And he said that from North Korea's perspective, there's no reason for Pyongyang to give up on the nukes. It's because it is good for them to keep it. It's only rational for North Korea to maintain its nuclear program. And Chairman Chun just mentioned that from Pyongyang's perspective, this is not the time to talk. It's actually time for them to enhance their nuclear capabilities, and only after that will they engage in talk. Then in this regard, our audacious initiatives will be very hard to be effective. This audacious initiative includes the 3D. It is about dissuasion, deterrence, and diplomacy. And the time for diplomacy is not right now. Like everybody understands that this is probably the time for deterrence and dissuasion. And in that regard, Chairman Chun's concern must be shared by the current government. Now I would like to move on to Professor Yoo Ho-yeol. He is active in academic society and research on unification in North Korea. So I would like to ask him to share his ideas on our foreign North Korea policy and the Indo-Korean relations development. Thank you very much. This morning, I'm sure you've seen the articles that North Korea once again fired more than 3 missiles, and especially exceeding the northern limit lines to our side, causing concern. And now I am sitting here listening to the presentation of 3 of my colleagues, and I think to myself that after all this insight, what else will be remain for me to comment on? That was my concern, actually. These 3 gentlemen commented on the current situation that we find ourselves in, and the audacious initiative about North Korea, the content and the background and the problems of these initiatives have been well summarized by my colleagues already. So for me, as a scholar reviewing the unification issue, and so far whenever conservative parties are in power, I have served as the advisor to the government. So in my experience, I would like to, my capacity, I would like to make some comment. This morning, our foreign minister, Park Jin, also mentioned the meaning of global pivotal state. Global pivotal state, and the acronym of this is GPS. GPS is also has another meaning for locating oneself. The audacious initiative of our president also has some problems, as our colleagues explained. Audacious initiative is the mantra and the slogan of the Yoon Suk-yeol administration. When this was reported, of course, I got many questions from other people, and I asked myself, what would be the audacious initiative? Why the audacious initiative? Why are we talking about it? Why has this become the focus of our North Korea policy? How is it different from Sunshine Policy, Vision 3000, and the peace process of past governments? Why should audacious initiative shoulder with these other slogans of past governments? Because the problem is, the thing is, locating oneself is not what you do. You have to understand where you are and pinpoint the point, pinpoint the place that you're in, or the place that you want someone to be doesn't really result in the actual location of the other person. You have to really understand and identify the objective location of the other party to be able to have the right policy. But our strategy about Pyongyang cannot be that way, because we don't know where Pyongyang stands right now. We don't know what they have pursued and what they want to pursue from now on, because that is not something one-dimensional. If you look at the Indo-Korean relationship and the international landscape, we start from the international landscape. We have to start from how the international landscape has been created. Now we are talking about the Indo-Pacific world. As we talk about the East Asia landscape and the Indo-Korean landscape, we first need to understand how South Korea is faring today and where North Korea stands and what should we do and how we should approach this. It will be formed. When Audacious Initiative idea came out, I was really surprised. The Conservative Party came into power as I wanted them to be, to strengthen the Chorus Alliance, Ruckus Alliance, and become an out-of-area participant of NATO, contributing to peace and stability of the international community. As the government goes into that direction, the most important objective and our mission is North Korea, and I'm not sure if they really understood the current state and the landscape of North Korea. I was really surprised and dismayed by this failure of understanding North Korea. As I researched North Korea issue over my career, looking at the regimes of Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, and Kim Jong-un, over this time they have been consistently pursued their program, nuclear program, and they've already declared the completion of their program, and recently they legalized this program. As such, as long as Kim Jong-un is alive and as long as the Kim family stays alive, 99%, they're not going to give up their nukes. When we try to locate Pyongyang or North Korea, we have to understand whether it is possible for North Korea to give up its nuke or not possible at all. In trying to denuclearize North Korea, even though we divide them into different, more specific steps, if denuclearization is the basic foundation of our policy, then the entire direction of our policy is on the wrong direction. This North Korea policy is never one-dimensional. In the past, we say it was three-dimensional. The international landscape, East Asia, Northeast Asia, and inter-Korean relations. These three dimensions. But over time, the landscapes have turned against North Korea, and very recently it is not as pessimistic as the time during the Cold War, but the time has turned very negative in the international order. For North Korea is actually maintaining their order as much as they can, and in that background, North Korea is actually completing their nuclear program. So we should no longer be treating and viewing North Korea as we would do in the past, because North Korea has already advanced from that. And this government, which stays only for 5 years, are trying to do something which is not going to work anyway. In this regard, I believe that this is truly unfortunate. When the government promotes these policies, the kind of policies that they committed during their campaign and during the transitional period, should make sense, because recognizing the fact that 5 years is a very short time, and this government doesn't seem to understand or doesn't seem to recognize the importance of the limitations that the current government has in tackling the nuclear issue. Under this Kim Jong-un regime, of course, the nuclear issue of North Korea should be solved peacefully, but we first need to have the premise in place that North Korea is not going to give up its nuke. Then, what are you going to do? How are you going to address this issue? We have to refer to the cases of other countries, and by reflecting on the current situation, we have to rely on the changes of the public, of the citizens of North Korea. Without that, there is no possibility for peaceful denuclearization of North Korea. Then what should we do? We should try to bring about the changes of the North Korean society and the people. Our president declared that he is not going to pursue using forces to denuclearize or unify. Of course, that is the correct way to go. As former Vice Minister Hong just mentioned, that the biggest concern of North Korea is that the young North Koreans are changing. Their sentiments are changing. That is North Korea's biggest fear. They are trying to learn the freedom and democracy of other countries, which is their biggest fear. That should be the big idea, the big content of the audacious initiatives. And I truly wish that the current government puts focus on that content, changing the regime of North Korea, and to change the sentiment and the understanding attitudes of the people. As long as the Kim family continues its autocratic leadership over 3 generations, and as long as the elitism and the dictatorship of North Korea's power remains as it is today, then it would be the realistic, whether we want it, whether we like it or not. And based on this premise, we have to change. We should be able to change our policy. We should be able to withdraw or change the policies realistically and practically. That would be what a government should be, especially as a only democracy in the world that has only one-term 5-year presidency. So as a one-term 5-year presidency country is actually a benefit for us. We should be able to do that. Yes, Professor Yu just mentioned that the nuclear denuclearization of North Korea is not going to be possible, and that is for sure. And our North Korea policy focuses too much on denuclearizing Pyongyang. Therefore, we need to be able to change North Korea so that it goes down to the way of denuclearization, and the current government is kind of missing on that. I actually was not very good in managing time. Time has passed a little more than I thought it would be, so we have only about 30 minutes left. So I have to be wiser in managing the time here. If possible, I would try to open the floor for questions from the floor and from online. So if you have any questions or comments from online or from the floor, you are welcome to comment or ask questions. So anytime if you have comments, please raise your hand, and we'll be happy to answer your questions. And in the meantime, I will ask more questions to the panelists about inter-Korean relationship and the nuclear issue. For former Vice Minister Hong Yang-ho, let me ask you a question. The current audacious initiatives is focused on denuclearization of Pyongyang. To achieve these initiatives, there should be dialogue and improvement in a Korean relationship. However, currently, North Korea is only interested in enhancing its military and nuclear power. And as President Chun just mentioned that North Korea is only looking at the US and not South Korea for dialogues. The position of focusing on inter-Korean relationship or to returning to Pyongyang and Washington relationship, which one should it be? In order to restore the inter-Korean relationship to the center, what should we do? So we have very limited time, so I'll give you only 34 minutes each.
시간이 많이 촉박하면 요점 중심으로 하겠습니다.
Okay, let me try to summarize and focus only on the important points. Based on my experience of inter-Korean relationship, I can summarize their features into three. The first, they focus on power. They look at which one is more powerful and who is weaker. And in order to become more powerful, they focus on building their military capabilities and building their solidarity within themselves. And secondly, of course, they focus on military capabilities, but at the same time, they are also very apt in calculating their benefits economically. And thirdly, probably because they've been a closed country, they are very careful and suspicious of other people. The person that I am talking to right now, is he or she going to put our regime on a risk? When we say that although their military exercise, Korea-US military exercise is a defense exercise, are they not going to attack us when they're needed? Is there any hidden intention, hidden agenda? They're always thinking about it, they're always suspicious. And because of their features, we have to come up with the right approach that fits that. If you look at the inner Korean talks, or Washington-Pyongyang talks, when do they come to the table? First, when they feel the risk, the threat, security, and number two, when they are so economically difficult, they need some help from outside. And thirdly, when there is politically and diplomatically pressure on North Korea, they come to the table. And number four, they utilize North Korea to actually get the attention from Washington. And number five, when they see that the game is going to be very beneficial for them through behind curtains talks, in these five circumstances will they come to the negotiating table? And this right now is not the time to exchange with North Korea because North Korea doesn't see any needs to do so. Then in these times, what should we do? We have to have three kind of approaches corresponding to their three features. The first is strengthening Korea-US alliance and solidarity. And number two, strengthening the solidarity to Europe. And number two, at least maintain China or Russia, stay neutral, or at least not support North Korea's position. And as I said, North Korea is very apt in calculating their economic benefits. So we will have to come up with an idea that will be very beneficial, economically beneficial to North Korea. But South Korea should not work on its own. Maybe it can work with Japan and the US. So that North Korea doesn't approach South Korea alone. And in order to give them the trust and to make sure that they do not stay suspicious to us, we have to open a channel that we can have a direct exchange to Kim Jong-un so that Kim Jong-un believes himself that this is actually a reliable channel. We should not be approaching any officials that are below Kim Jong-un. We have to have direct communication with Kim Jong-un. And considering this is not the right time to move, so we should be just providing incentives. And when the right time comes, which means that when North Korea really sees the need to talk, or when we believe that we need the talk, we should find the right time to move. And when we believe that the right time has come, then we have to move very in a very organizational and meticulous manner. And this is the time where the inter-Korean relation is only responding power with power, but when the right time comes, we have to use both hardline and softline policy, a mixture of hardline and softline. And the government and the private sector should work together using the same voice.
Thank you. The inter-Korean dialogue, even if we yearn for it, it's not going to happen just because we want it so hard. When the North needs it, it will come back to the table. And how can we make such an environment? We have to think about it all the time and keep the doors open. And we have to strengthen ourselves so that when the time arrives, we can drive the North Korea to the right corner and engage them into a dialogue with us. And then let's move on to Professor Yoo Ho-yeol. Our North Korea policy has three objectives. Our North Korea policy pursues three values: unification, peace, and security. The Park-geun-hye administration focuses on unification the most. Moon Jae-in administration put priority on peace and peace only. And the current government puts strong priority on security. These three are all important. And the biggest problem is the interest and the attention to unification is getting weak, especially the young South Koreans look at inter-Korean relationship as two different countries and two nations. And in this situation, is it okay to leave the unification issue as it is now? Should we do something to get more attention to unification and the need for unification? A very big topic, but I can give you only 3 minutes. Sorry for that.
30년 전에 제가 그
30 years ago,
창설되었을 때 91년에
in 1991, when I joined the Democratic Peace Research Institute, when foreigners visit us, they ask us, "Why do you try to unify the country?" Most people will ask us that. But for us, is that even a valid question? It's just a natural call for us to pursue unification. We talk about and think about how to achieve unification, and they want to introduce them. But foreigners, other people would ask us, why do you want unification? 30 years fast forward. Now, many Korean people actually think the same way. According to a survey that is done by the same research institute, only 4 out of 10 respondents wanted unification. And another annual survey done by KBS showed that only 60% of Korean public actually want unification, which shows that unification has become a weak interest for Korean people. And especially because now the government can no longer lead this attention to unification. That is why we need to increase the awareness about this importance. If the inter-Korean relation becomes a relation that we are we and you are you, then the tension will actually become diffused a little bit. But actually that is not the case. Unification is a cause, a natural cause that we should definitely pursue, and it's actually good for us. It will be beneficial for us. That is why the government will have to pay more attention and pay more efforts to bring the public's attention towards the importance and the necessity of unification. Currently, many private consultative bodies are just scattered around, they're fragmented.
그런 부분에 대해서는 비교적 우리 정부도 중요성을 인식하고 적극적으로
So the government needs
조직도
to,
하고 활동도 합니다만은
of course, the government is making efforts
움직이지 않으니까라는 인식 때문에 그런지
about the inter-Korean relations, but when it comes to unification, maybe because North Korea is not moving, or maybe because the publics are not interested in it anymore, the government is not making much efforts. The unification ministry or the committee that I just mentioned, or the public and private partnership that used to be there in the past, building on these experiences, the government and the private parties, the private actors should remind ourselves of the need for unification. And that should work as the premise for our efforts to improve the inter-Korean relations and embrace the problem, the current problem of the sour inter-Korean relation as the real problem, because we want
그런
unification.
부분에 있어서 또 한번 아쉬움을 이제 함께 전하고자 합니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you. And
천영호
next,
수석님께 좀 질문을 드리고자 합니다.
Mr.
현재
Chan.
북한의 핵 위협, 미사일 위협이
So the North's nuclear threats and the missile threats are exacerbating, and
한국도 핵무장을 해야 된다는 것입니다.
many people say that Korea should go nuclear as well. And there are, according to a public survey, about 70% of the respondents said that we should also develop nuclear weapons. But nevertheless, it is a very difficult task to achieve. Is it even possible at all? And
핵무장을 하자고 주장하거나
even if we assert that we want to adopt tactical or strategic nuclear weapons, they say that the U.S. nuclear umbrella is broken, and they say so because they are doubting the U.S.'s willingness to keep supporting us. So since you have a conservative point of view, but still you have very progressive idea as well, I would like to ask you whether we can keep trusting in the U.S.'s nuclear umbrella. I am not conservative, and people criticize me for being too progressive. But when we talk about, or before talking about going nuclear, and I want to talk about whether about this. So, what is the country that has the power and willingness to stop the U.S. the North? It is the U.S. Without being close friends with the U.S., you may put into a danger the survival of your own country. That's why you have to keep talking to the U.S. But why isn't the North interested in talking to us? Because we, South Korea, are not as strong as the U.S. in terms of determining the North Korea's future. But it doesn't mean that we have no power at all. We do have measures, we do have means, we do have the power, but we have no will. That's why the North is not turning to us. So what means do we have? The biggest threat of North Korea, or to North Korea, is the Korea's pop culture virus, because the K-pop culture is capable of bringing down the North Korean regime.
지도정도 할 걸 가지고 5년 이상 형을 살리고 하는 이런 형법으로 다스리고 하는 게.
So, and they are punishing people for listening to the K-pop or etc.
결국 북한 체제를
So, to shake the North Korean regime and to transform it and to shake the Kim Jong-un regime, we do have a cultural power-based capacity.
지난 정부에서 협박을 해가지고 굉장히 재미를 봤죠.
But even we have this in our hands, but if we keep just threatening the North, that's not going to work. If we just keep showing strong stance, then they will respond not in the way that we want.
회담할 필요가 없는 겁니다. 회담보다 겁주는 게 더 효과적인데 뭐 때문에 우리하고 회담하자 그러겠어요?
North will not be willing to talk to us. It will just keep threatening
북한의
us.
음포 한마디에 굴복하고 이렇게 되면 북한은 우리하고
If we just
대화를 통해서 해결할 일이 없습니다.
keep agreeing to North whenever the North threatens us, then the North will never come back to the dialogue. But if we never give up and
정보를 유입하고
if we keep sending in Korean information and if we keep taking policies, measures to influence the awareness of the North Korean youth, then the North Korea will come and talk to us. That has happened since the Lee Myung-bak administration. We have been in psychological combat with the North. And ever since we stopped regulating the sending of the leaflets to North Korea has been calling us to stop sending those. So, and they realized that them threatening us didn't do any good to them. So they keep asking us to meet with them, to talk with them. So I think this has some implication to all of us. And about going nuclear, I have a reason for being against it. And the fundamental issue of this nuclear discourse is that we are too focused on deterrence. The fundamental or essential issue of the North nuclear is that deterrence can fail. For other nuclears, deterrence can work. It can work against China, India, and Russia. But if we look at the essence of the North Korean regime, the deterrence failure, the moment of deterrence failure will arrive. So North Korea is fundamentally different from all other nuclear countries. For the North, in order to sustain its existence, in order to lessen any possibility of the regime failure, it has to keep its nuclear. When its regime is the brink of failure, then it will use the nuclear. And the North is the only country to which such idea is applicable. But the U.S.'s extended deterrence will work only to deter the North Korea, but when the moment of deterrence failure arrives, even that will have no impact. Then what kind of stance should we take against North Korea? We should focus on denying North Korea's use of nuclear weapons. We should not deterring it, because when we deter it, it means that we acknowledge that North Korea has nuclear weapons. So instead of deterring it, we have to focus more on denying North Korea's nuclear weapons. Whether that's about going nuclear ourselves or something else, deterrence failure will never arrive because our deterrence has worked. But deterrence failure will arrive no matter what we do, and at that moment, North Korea will be using its conventional weapons. First of all, we'll have to eliminate all those conventional weapons and all the missile launching platforms can be eliminated or intercepted using the missile defense network. But whatever we miss, we will
우리가 지하 어떤 쉘터 이런 거를 보강해서
be utilizing our underground shelters in order to evacuate our people.
사건 같은 이런 걸 막을 수가 있다.
Only then we can stop the
그런 면에서
North
제가
Korea's attacks.
핵을 반대하는 거고
So
미국에
in such way,
그리고
I
아까
am
지금
against the
전
North
박사님 말씀하신 미국이
nuclear. But
LA나 뭐 뉴욕 이런 게 공격받을까 싶어서 북한에다 핵을
the
사용하지
U.S.
못할 거다 하는 이 우려는
there are concerns that the U.S. will not be using the nukes against the North Korea because North Korea may attack LA or other cities in the U.S. That's out of the question.
동맹국이라면 그런 리스크도 좀 미국이 고민을
Of course,
하겠지만
North Korea, the U.S. may be concerned about such risks, but
북한의 핵을 공격받을까 겁이 나가지고 그 확장 억지 공약을 지키지 못한다면
if any country cannot adhere to its extended deterrence because it's
모든 동맹국에 대한
fearing North Korea,
신뢰성을 상실합니다.
then the U.S. will lose its credibility among all its allies.
미국은 뭐
Then
동맹이 이제 동맹 체제가 다 파괴되는데
alliance systems will break down
수십개
in that
가진
case.
그런 집단이 핵 사용할 때 반드시 핵으로 응징한다는 걸 보여주는 것이
So the U.S. will be demonstrating to all its allies that whenever its allies are attacked with nuclear, it will also respond with nuclear. That's a way for the U.S. to strengthen its credibility among its allies.
보통 그 억제라고 할 때는 이론적으로 두
When
가지가
we say
있는 것 같습니다.
deter, I think there are
Deterrence
two:
by denial,
deterrence by
deterrence by
denial or
retaliation인데,
deterrence by retaliation. And for North
디터되기가
Korea,
어려울 수도 있으니까 북한이라는
deterring North
체제는
Korea may
그렇기
be
때문에 디터런스 바이 디나이얼을 더
difficult.
강화해야 된다는 측면을
Therefore, we have
말씀하셨고
to focus on
미국은
deterrence by
한국뿐만 아니고
denial
자기
for
모든
Pyongyang.
동맹국에게
And
해구산을
another
제공하는데
is that
만약에
Washington will provide
한국에
all
해구산을 제공할 때
allies
실패한다면
its
그 미국의
umbrella, and if
동맹국들은
it fails to
결국
provide the
핵무장할
umbrella
것이다.
to Seoul,
과연
then
미국이
all
원하는
the
것인가?
allies, Washington's
미국의
allies, will
체제를
arm themselves with nukes.
리드하는
Is this
국가로서
something that
원하는
Washington
것이냐고
looks
했을
for?
때는
It's
미국의
not the case.
한반도에
And
대한
he says
한국에 대한 해구산도
that
굉장히 굳건할 것이다. 이런 말씀을
Washington's nuclear umbrella for Seoul will be
지금
very
저희들이
strong.
시간이 딱 10분 남아
According to
있습니다.
Mr. Chun Young-woo.
그래서 다시
We have
한번
only
우리가
10 more minutes to go, so we'll give the
기획단장님께
microphone to Mr.
말씀을
Chun Young-hee
부탁하려고 하는데요. 혹시
of
제가
MOFAT.
당초에 조그마한 질문 하나 준비했습니다만은
Actually,
그것보다는 혹시
prepared one
전반적으로
more
하신 말씀
question,
오늘
but
또
other
논의된
than
것에
my
대해서
question, would you like to
좀
make a comment on the
보완을
discussion so
하거나
far? You'd like to make a
반박하실
complimentary
필요는
comment?
없겠지만은
You don't have
보완을
to
하거나
refute
보충할 말씀이
any
있으면은 좀
comments,
준비를
but if
해주시고
you have
그 전에
complimentary comment, please do so.
여기 오늘
And before that,
참석하신 분들께서
I'd like to
질문할
open
게
the
있으면
floor
저희들이
for
지금 질문을
questions.
받도록 하겠습니다.
If you have any questions,
어떤
please
질문이나 의견이나
raise your
좋습니다.
hand. Comments are also welcome.
생각할 시간을 드리고요. 없다면
So I'll give you some time to
하도록
think
하겠습니다.
of the comments
하시라도
or questions.
손을 들어
Any
주시기 바랍니다.
time
현재
you have
10분이
questions,
있으니까
please raise your hand. We have 10
전영희
more times to go,
단장님께서
so
한 3, 4분
Mr.
이상
Chun,
한 4, 5분 정도
you can
쓰시고
spend
그리고
about
여기
3 or
계신
4
분들께 한
minutes, and
1분씩의
then
발언을 드리고
I'll
저희
give
회의를
each
끝내도록
speaker
하겠습니다.
1 minute
전영희
each before we
부탁합니다.
close. Mr. Chun, please.
네, 고맙습니다.
Okay, thank you.
지금 다른 차관님들이나
Just like other professors and the former vice minister said, and I got a lot of insight, and also Professor Mia Sharma had a very good discussion about the current situation in the Korean Peninsula, and there are a lot of concerns, and I am concerned as well. The North issue has been a huge issue for us for the past 30 years, and the different governments have taken different measures to respond, and there have been agreements that were breached. And the complete denuclearization always remains as the solid policy for or goal for the current government. And the audacious initiative is different from the previous other initiatives. But just as Professor Chud said, we have the 3D strategies.
초기 단계로서 다 포함이
which
되어
is
지금
a
3D
part
나름대로
of the
전략을 하고
audacious
있는데
initiative.
북한이
It's
워낙 도발을
the
하고 있기 때문에
initial
도발
part
있지
of the
않습니까?
audacious
그래서
initiative,
상대적으로
and the North Korea
IFANS
is
또 미국과의
conducting
확장
acts of
국제 문제라든지
provocations,
어떤 국방 안보
and
차원의 문제 이런
there are
대비에 조금 초점을 맞출 수밖에
So we
없고
have to
그리고
focus more on the
국제사회라든지
national security
유방국이라든지
against that backdrop.
유엔과 또
And we
어떻게
must
이제
cooperate
북한에
with
대한
other
제재와
international
압박을
community
가할
members
건지에
and the
대해서도
UN,
협의할 수
and we
있는
have to talk
그
to
다만
such
이제 북한이
other
어느
actors
순간이 되면
about
또
how
대화에
we'll
나올
be
수 있기 때문에
posing
이런 거에 대해서
sanctions against the
충분히
North. And
대비하자라는 차원에서
in the sense that we have to prepare to the next stages when the North Korea is ready, we have developed this audacious initiative. Of course, I didn't develop the whole initiative all by myself, but we have paid close attention to the current status or situation in the North Korea, and we also pay attention to the pandemic situation. And against all this backdrop, considering all these elements, we have developed the best possible rational initiative, which is the audacious initiative. And of course, we still have a way to go. But in order for us to achieve this initiative, we need a more genuine approach or genuine attitude from the North. And the Korean Peninsula is in a way going the direction the North Korea wants. But the international community should keep working to break the North Korea's commitment to keep its nuclear. And of course, to this end, we are providing different kinds of assistances, including the food assistance. And of course, there is economic assistance, but in addition to that, we have other elements for discussions like recovering the relations with the US and the arms development, the conventional arms development, and such military elements are also included in our initiative. But since we haven't made any further steps in negotiating with the North, we couldn't bring these elements into the table yet. But for the future negotiation, we have to prepare some kind of policy, and that's why we have developed audacious initiative that seems like the most rational and realistic measure for us at the moment. And even if the North goes against this, we will not be giving up this initiative or reviewing it in other ways. So, and once again, I want to say the audacious initiative includes in itself the 3D strategy. And as we said earlier, we will keep showing our will and our deterrence in order for us to not be dragged to the way that the North wants, and so that we can create the conditions for the dialogue with North Korea. And that's why the Ministry of Unification, the Ministry of National Defense, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are working together. And that's why the US, Japan, and the ROC are cooperating. And the US supports our initiative and understands our stance. And if we do resume the discussions or negotiation with the North, the US will be main counterpart for the North. And against this backdrop, we developed the most realistic and rational initiative, which is the audacious initiative. And of course, I cannot go into much more detail. I try to draw an overall picture, so to explain that if the North comes back to the table, we can suggest more bold suggestions, and we can show more rational stance, and we will be taking this stance. So to achieve a complete denuclearization of North Korea, the Korean government will keep working to this end. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you, Mr. John.
그러면은 청중에 계시는 우리 이충면
Now,
외교안보 연구소 소장님께서
we would like to ask Mr. Tam Yang to give some comments.
세 분 패널리스트 말씀을 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you for the three panelists for their insights.
홍영호 차관님하고 유호 교수님,
Vice Minister Hong Young-ho and Professor Yoo Ho-yeol
천영호 대사님 항상 대선배로서
Ambassador Chun Young-ho.
인사이트풀한 그런 코멘트.
As a senior diplomat, we always impart insights to your colleagues, and we learned a lot from you today again. I'd like to make a comment from a slightly different perspective. The three panelists
외교적 방법에 의한 협상이
mentioned that
개시되기 위해서는
to start a diplomacy-based negotiation, the situations and the requirements for such diplomacy should be prepared. That is from a very objective perspective.
개인적으로 조금 우려스러운 것은
But what I am very personally concerned about is, although we start the negotiation, there is still a very important hurdle that we need to overcome.
말씀하셨지만은 반복되는 학습 효과에
As
의해서
you
북한이
said,
결코
that
핵을 포기하지 않을
based on
것이라는 게
the learnings that North
상당히
Korea
많은 국민들 사이에
has,
공감이 되고
North
있고
Korea is never going to give up on its
국제사회에서
nuclear program
쉐어되고
as agreed
있습니다.
by the international community,
학습
including
효과에
Korean
의한
people.
그런 확신, 북한이
The
결코
kind of conviction
핵을
that we
포기하지
learned
않을
from
것이다.
past
또
history, that North Korea
계속되는
is never
좌절,
going to
이
give up on
협상이
its
계속되어
nuclear
왔습니다.
program,
정부를
and the
바꿔서
continued failure,
또
the
한국
negotiations has been
정부의
pursued
어떤
by
이념적인 색채를
series of governments,
다른 정부가 들었을 때마다도
regardless
계속
of
협상이
the
계속되어 왔고
political
미국 정부도
posture
마찬가지고
of South Korean
Democratic
governments, and the
and
same
Republican
for
계속
North
협상이
Korean
진행돼
government,
왔는데
the
계속
Washington government, whether it be
반복되는
Democratic
좌절이
or
있어왔습니다.
Republican, they
그렇다면
pursued
지금 또
dialogue
다른
and
협상이
diplomacy, and
시작되었을
they
때
continue to fail.
그렇게 예전처럼
Then, if
바로
we
진입이 될
start the
것이냐,
negotiation
국내
and
여론, 또
dialogue
국제
first,
여론이 이런
will
심리적인
we
허들을
have
어떻게
the
극복해서
support from
협상에
the
돌입하고 또
public,
협상의
Korean
결과에
public and
대해서
international public? How are we going to
그 기인을
surmount
확보할 것이냐,
the
그 공감대를 형성하고
psychological
동료를
hurdle?
확보할
How are we
것이냐
going to
하는 게
bring about a
지금
sentiment that
북한의
support
핵이
this
새로운
new
단계에
rounds of
접어든
negotiation?
만큼
Since North
이전과는
Korea's
차원이
nuclear
다른
program has
느낌을
gone
가지게
to
되려고
another
합니다.
level,
그 이전에는
now the level of
단순하게
nuclear
말하면
program and the dialogue was
정부나
different
뭐
from
정부가 미국과
the
이렇게
past.
협의를
In
해서
the
협상을
past,
진행하면
the Korean government
그렇게
talks to the
국민의
U.S. and starts
동의라든지
the
국제사회
dialogue with
공감을
North
얻는 게
Korea,
그렇게
and
어렵지 않았다고
getting the
봅니다.
approval from the
협상
Korean public and the
자체가 가진
international
필연성,
opinion
또
was
이런 것
not
때문에
so
그러나
difficult because
앞으로
they
뭔가
recognized the
협상이
necessity
이루어지면
of dialogue.
그거에 대한
However,
국민적
from
공감대,
now
제가
on,
말씀드린
if
두
we
가지
try to
주관적인
start
효과,
another round of
반복된 학습 효과,
negotiation,
북한이
because
결코
of the
핵을
two
포기하지
effects that I just
아니라는
mentioned, the first is the
그리고
learning from history,
repeated
that
frustration,
they're never going to
계속되는
give up,
좌절에
and the
따른
other is the
그런
repeated
좌절감, 이 두
failure.
가지 주관적 요소 때문에
Because of these two
어떤 국내적인
subjective
공감대,
elements,
국제적인 공감대를
the
그 협상에 대한
domestic
공감대를 얻는 게 쉽지 않을 것이다 하는
approval
게
and the international
제
approval for new
느낌이고요.
round of
이건 답이 없는
negotiations
문제긴
may
하지만 그런
not
국내적
come our
공감대,
way.
국제적 공감대를 얻을 수 있을 것인지 얻기 위해서는
And in order to
뭐가
get this
필요한 건지
approval, what do we need
좀 답이
to
없는
have?
문제긴 하지만 좀
I'm not
답을
sure if
좀
you can really
부탁드립니다.
answer this question, but can you try?
좀 답을 드리고 싶은데
I
지금
want
시간이
to give you
너무
an
많이
answer,
되어서
but
저희들이
since
거의 마무리를 해야
we
될
are out of
시간입니다.
time, it's time actually to
이대한
wrap
답변도
up.
좋고요. 아니면
Of course, it would be great to give some answers to the comment, but actually we are out of time right now.
이게 뭐 송출도 있기 때문에
Since
끝을 해야 되는데
we are
저희들이 한 25
live
분까지
online,
지금
we
3분
have
내로 최대한 한번
we are given
어떻게 혹시
3 more minutes.
말씀을 안 하셔도 되고 혹시 한 말씀 하시려면
So if you would like to comment, the last comment, then please.
예. 그러면
Of course, I'll go first. Mr. Lee Chung-myung, you said that there is no answer, but since you want an answer, let me say one thing. Denuclearization is impossible. I am not denying that. And the possibility of denuclearization is weakening with time. With the stronger nuclear technology that North has, the possibility of denuclearization is waning even more. But when can we achieve the genuine denuclearization?
정권을 내놔야 될 때,
it will happen when
정권의 생존과
the
비핵화
North
간의 양자택일의
regime.
상황으로 우리가 몰고 갈 수 있을 때,
So when we can make the North to choose between its regime and nuclear, then only then we can achieve denuclearization. Of course, the North Korea can survive like for 5 or 10 years without, any food or economy, but it cannot sustain its regime without economy for like 3, 4, 5 decades. So first of all, we have to take away the possibility for economic development from the North, and then we should take measures to change the North Korean regime in a full-blown way. And then we should make the North choose between the regime and the North. And only then we can achieve denuclearization of North Korea. And if I may add one more thing about going nuclear, a lot of people only see the rosy picture of nuclear development. For North Korea, they can preemptively use nuclear. They have no moral or ethical issues about that. But even if we do have nuclear weapon, we cannot use it preemptively because we are relying on the civilized society's rules. Who can use preemptively? Not even the US. Only if the North uses nuclear, other countries can use nuclear only in response to that. So we are just thinking about fixing a problem only after the problem occurs. We should not be thinking about that kind of approach. We should just not allow the North use the nuclear. So we should think that we should not acknowledge the North's nuclear and then stop it from using it. We should just not allow the North have the nuclear from the beginning. So even if we do not make the nuclear weapons, if the fundamental security issues change, then so we should keep developing the technology that will allow us develop nuclear issues, the enrichment technology. So just in case the time arrives for us to develop something, if another Trump happens in the US, who is anti-alliance, so we have to be insured against such a thing. We should have some kind of technological capacity to be insured from things like that. So it's time to close the session. I am sure that our panelists have more things to share, and I believe that there are more questions from the floor, but unfortunately we do not have more time for that. So the Korean government is pursuing the 3D strategy under its audacious initiative, which is composed of deterrence, dissuasion, and diplomacy to achieve the stability on the Korean Peninsula. We should utilize these strategies in a more flexible way. We have to keep in mind, as was mentioned, that the situation in the Korean Peninsula may worsen in the future. Just as was mentioned, the North is asking from us a new way or of approach and attitude. So the North Korea is demanding new approaches from the US and from Korea. So now we are engaged in the combat of will. So against this backdrop, we need more wisdom in our North Korean policies. With this, I would like to close the third session of the IFANS Conference on Global Affairs. I would like to thank the panelists for their participation and contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor John, and thank you everyone for insights. Now it is time to close the 2022 IFANS Conference on Global Affairs. Hope you had a great time joining our panel discussions. On behalf of IFANS KNDA, I would like to express my deepest gratitude for being with us today. Wish you all the best and hope to see you again next year. Thank you.